And hello, welcome folks to GameCon, coming to you live from Peterson Space Force Base in Colorado Springs. I am JT Displays alongside my lovely co-host there, Captain Ahsoka. Captain, how are you doing today, sir?
I am doing absolutely swell and all as well, and honestly, I cannot wait to get into these games. I mean, we have literally just been talking about it all throughout, kind of like before we jumped in here about what we can expect and what is, what we have on the docket for everyone here today. So again, it's going to be a fantastic day, and it's going to be a long one, by the way. We're going to have a lot of Rocket League action to bring you.
Absolutely. It's going to be fast-paced there. Rocket League, you got those rocket power cards. You got a soccer ball there. You got a 5-minute timer. Best one wins there, and it's not just one, it's two. It's a 2v2 situation here today with our tournament. So that I really love the 2v2 format personally. I'm like standard 3v3, that's all fair and good, but 2v2, you get a little bit of extra space there and a little bit more dynamicism with the action.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, let's keep it a $150. The 2v2 hits different. It's a completely different ball game. Now, when we're talking about, Rocket League esports, it's the 3v3 standard. That's the majority of what we see in competitive Rocket League. But that 2v2, that is a different type of beast right there. You're going to see a lot more individual mechanics and a lot more 1v1 scenarios. So get ready to see a little bit of like fancy mechanics being thrown out there. And you know what? That's what I'm here to see.
Yeah, and I think that also comes down to kind of like the communication between you and your partner there suddenly become amplified there because it's just you and your partner there. There is no third man to cover for your mistakes there. It is just you have to be completely implicit in your trust with your duo partner there as you're going through trying to break your enemy's spirit there. And this is going to be a fun one here. Obviously, these are all going to be Space Force members that are participating in this one here. So I think, it's going to be a fun one for the crew out there at Camp Peterson there. And I think, this first matchup here, we've got I believe it's Potter taking on 877 Cash Now.
877 Cash Now?
877 Cash Now.
Yeah, okay. So that should be pretty interesting. Again, we're going to have so many fun names, dude. Like, honestly, especially when you're in the bubble scene of Rocket League, the names just throw me through a loop every single time. They're so funny. And you know what? That's the first one, but I'm waiting to see as we get along in the bracket if anyone can top that. That's going to be the one to top right there.
Yeah, we're starting off with a great name. We also got The Boys, so we'll see if obviously I'm kind of dressed a little bit like a butcher there, a little bit, but so I'm kind of rooting for that. USFA AFA White Air Force Academy. They've got a beautiful chapel out there at the Air Force Academy. If you've ever had a chance to look at it there.
Yeah, I mean, right now I'm looking at the first rounders as well. I want to see them go all the way to the grand finals just because their name is the first rounders.
Fair enough. Yeah, we got F2 Kansan as well. Bucket Brigadiers, Com, DT. We'll see if they can beat them there. And yeah, we got some fun names there. But yeah, obviously, big community out in Colorado Springs, not just with the Space Force. Obviously, the Air Force Academy is there as well. Has a lot, probably, like I said, one of my highlights of visiting that campus there is the chapel out there is absolutely gorgeous, spectacular, and if you're a fan of architecture, you would it's stunning out there. And so being able to have that community kind of come together here and just share a little bit of Rocket League here, and we get to kind of be a part of that. And I think that's a fun really special honor to be able to kind of help cast these guys, because again it's that the military family is just so tight knit and so special to be able to be a part of that. Of course, my dad was a Navy corpsman back in during the Vietnam era, so certainly a something that is been throughout my family. Do you have any family of yours that has been through the military?
Oh, yeah, I got a couple. My dad was in the Navy. My uncle's a paratrooper. My aunt is in the Air Force. And my grandfather was infantry.
No, all right. Wow. Yeah. So you got a big old long list there. I know my grandfather also was a contractor working on the computers on nuclear submarines way back in the day there. On my mom's side. So it's something that we both kind of cherish a lot there, and I'm excited to see what these service members are able to do out on the Rocket League field there, because I think this is gonna be it's gonna be a fun one there. Obviously, when you talk about the Space Force, you're talking about guys, folks that are just well known. They fly drones. They're also the bleeding edge of military cybersecurity there, so they got to know a thing or two around computers. So hopefully they're able to hit the sticks as well on the Rocket League pitch as they are on the drones.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, like they got even like drone racing. I've seen that a lot too. Like the drone racing looks absolutely insane, and I think I would love to catch an event like that. But regardless, no drones today, only rocket cars and car ball and things of that nature. So I hope we can get into this match soon, so that way we can finally get into the action, because I'm pretty excited.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun here. Obviously, we got give a big shout out to our sponsors here. We got AT&T, Mortgage Solutions Financial, Unified, GovSmart, Mountain View Academy, and Ent Business Banking there, helping us power this stream for you folks all day long. We are going to be right here in the driver's seat, so to speak, as we wait for the drivers to hit the pitch there. It's like I said, I think that for me, and we're looking at that first round, Potter versus 877 Cash Now. Do you think that Potter has what it takes to defeat the meme kings of 877 Cash Now?
Now, see, that's going to be tough because I haven't seen either of these teams play before, but if we're going off of a name basis alone, I don't know if the Paw team is going to have what it takes to take on 877 Cash Now, because this isn't Hogwarts Legacy. This is Rocket League. There's no magic here. So I don't know. We'll have to see what, the Potter people can bring to the field and bring to the pitch. But 877 Cash Now, you can use it whenever you need it. So if they need it in the middle of the pitch, then you know what? They're going to be able to give it to you, much like DMX, RIP. They're gonna. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. If you want it, they're gonna give it to you. So we're fit to find out. It all is going to be answered on the field.
Yeah, and we can ask as many questions as we want, from both these teams, but ultimately the only ones that can truly answer those questions are going to be the teams themselves. So I think that's going to be, once we get to understand where they're at in their capabilities. We're going to be as we get underway here, as a little bit of false start possibly.
15-yard penalty. Replay first down. False start.
Well, it looks like we're going to start going live here, and it does look like 877 Cash Now does get that first goal there, courtesy of Slick Wick with the assist from B. Davidson 33.
And you see, that's at 877 Cash Now. I told you, the Potter gang might not be able to start off with the magic right away. They got to get acclimated. But right now, it's going to be 877 Cash Now to score right now. They just did. So 20 seconds in, already 1-0 in the favor of 877 Cash Now. And now Slick Wick with a beautiful pass out into the mid is able to find B. Davidson.
Yeah, B. Davidson says it's his goals, and he can score them when he wants to. As we get another goal there. 2-0, 4:36 still left to go here in this best of three here. So they still have at least one more game guaranteed to decide a winner here. But right now, often early, impressive start there, 877 Cash Now.
Yeah, and again, the passes are just dynamic between these two. And now you can see B. Davidson is going to be feeding Slick Wick on the pass, coming across the pitch. And it is a perfect lineup to find the dead center of the net, making it now 3-0 in favor of 877 Cash Now.
Now, it has not been confirmed whether or not B. Davidson is, in fact, related to the one and only P. Davidson. So we'll have to see if we get an interview with them to confirm whether or not they are, in fact, a Pete Davidson relation or not.
Now, that would be pretty nutty. But right now, B. Davidson going absolutely nutty on the sticks. Goes up and high over the corner, and Slick Wick not going to be able to connect on the pass. As now you can see Unified 15 on the wall trying to take control. But once again, that pesky B. Davidson getting in the way and taking possession back for 877 Cash Now. And the follow-up shot goes wide.
Yeah, they're doing what they can here as Potter trying to do everything they can to defend their net. They're doing a smattering job here, trying to keep themselves alive here as the ball goes up across the center and into the back of the net. Once again, Slick Wick. That is 2 goals apiece for B. Davidson and Slick Wick.
Yeah, they are just padding the stats right now, and it's always coming off a pass from off the back wall there. They're able to really find each other time and time again on these passes, and it's the pass plays that win the games.
It is indeed. As we get another aerial attempt here from B. Davidson, dropping in there for Slickwick, and Slickwick will get a hat trick here.
Yeah, starting off very early here. I mean, you got to keep in mind, we're not even at halftime yet, and it's already 5-0. Slickwick able to find the back of the net, and again, off of the pass from B. Davidson.
But down we go. Back here, 3:25 on the clock here, 8-7-7 cash now. A commanding lead here. Can they get maybe 7 or 8 goals? They're externally at 6 already as B. Davidson. I believe that's a hat trick for each of them now.
Yep, it definitely does appear to be that way. I mean, they can't be stopped right now. They are going on an absolute tear, and they're constantly feeding one another. Like, they're taking turns pretty much scoring goals at this point.
Hey, food's always good there. We always appreciate, being fed by your teammates. A great save there by B. Davidson. As that attempt there, Unified and Potter trying to get back into this fight here. Getting an attempt on goal, but leaving the back line exposed. And Slickwick slams it home here. It's now 7-0.
You know what? This team is showing absolutely no mercy right now. They are definitely the speedier team, and they go very quickly into it. As you can see, it is 7-0, and we haven't even reached 2 minutes.
Not yet there, but I think that we should see maybe the Potter team start to come to life. I think 8-7-7 cash now if they let their guard down a little bit. There we go. As I say it, Icy Chilla 69 gets a nice goal there.
Yep, that they do, and finally you see the Potter gang finally answer back as they get their first goal on the board, and now the scoreline gives us that fabled Brazil.
We do love a good Brazil there. After all, they are an ally of the United States, and we do have bases there, but it's now going to be 8-1 here, and we can think about other allies, like Germany, the NATO, 98 nations.
Yeah, well, you know what? 8-7-7 cash now making no friends here on the pitch. I mean, they are absolutely demolishing Potter at this point. This is only game 1. Keep in mind, this is a best-of-3 series, and right now, 8-7-7 cash now is just running away with it.
Yeah, last time I saw Potter got demolished that badly there, J.K. Rowling just tweeted.
Oh, my goodness.
2:30 still left to go on the clock here, 8-1. As Slickwick makes it 9-1 here off a breakaway goal there. And that, again, really in tune on the attacking forces are 8-7-7 cash now.
Yep, it's currently 9-1, 8-7-7 cash now, just absolutely popping off on the pitch, being able to find the back of the net time and time again. And we just passed halftime, so still plenty of time left to go for Potter to try and equalize, but they got one heck of a mountain to climb.
Oh yeah, it is a huge mountain to climb. I think that we are maybe on pace to get possibly 20 goals. I think that should be the goal. Maybe can we get 20 goals here from 8-7-7 cash? Now they look for one. Oh, what a save there to be able to clear it out in time. Can they get back for the save? They will not, and B. Davidson adds to it, makes it 10-1. Double digits official.
Yeah, Icy Chilla nearly was able to get that one to go, kind of in the wrong direction, but they barely cleared it out. Not bad at all. It's still a pretty decent game. It's a regular slobber knocker going the way of 8-7-7 cash now. Word to JR. Appreciate the analytics. And, we got to have this matchup that, I'm really hoping to see Potter kind of try and turn things around, but I don't know. 8-7-7 cash now. I just don't think they're going to allow it.
Yeah, I think that they've got that on lockdown. They've got a national campaign out to make sure that everybody knows their name by the end of this tournament, right? And I think that the name speaks for itself. They're absolutely in control here. I mean, like you could say that they are favorites to win this match here at this point in time, but it's tough to say. You see them looking for possibly some aerial plays here. I'd love seeing a little bit of that trickery there, a little bit of that skill ceiling, so to speak.
Yeah, now take a look at this. It's going to be Unified, who was able to get the touch and a demo, but not before. You will see Slick Wick able to clear it out. A nice shot lined up right in the middle of the net as they will find their 11th goal here in Game 1.
Indeed, as they slam it home there. 11-1, officially a 10-digit deficit there. With a minute left to go and some change in game number 1. Not impossible, but certainly staring at a long way to climb to try to get it up there. And now 12-1 here. I don't think we're quite on pace to hit 20 goals in game number 1 here, but possibly get 20 goals within the entire series.
Yep, so far so good. I mean, 877 cash now. I mean, honestly, if they wanted to, I could see them getting 8 more goals. I mean, why not? You got 12. I could see them dropping a 20 bomb in game 1 if they really wanted to.
Yeah, like, I mean, I don't even remember the last time I saw 20 goals in a Rocket League game there. Like, what do you call that? You just call that a Jackson there? Or, you know, as we're now at 13.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't know. I just call it a 20 bomb. In the way that B. Davidson has been exploding the net here, I mean, look at that. It's a literal nuke. I have the same goal explosion. That's the atomic bomb goal explosion. Very famous because it, you know, when it first came out and even still now,
it blinds your opponents.
Just blinds anyone who looks at it.
Yeah, and like I really appreciate that as well. It's one of my favorites as well. So I'm definitely a big fan of that goal explosion there. There's some really fun ones out there. The dabbing ghost is a long community favorite as well.
Yeah, I was using the dab and ghost for a really long time, you know, and that one was just so much fun when it first came out, and it was for the Halloween bundle. This is the first time we got to see that for the Haunted Hollows. I'm a big fan of the Haunted Hollows too. I still have actually my new goal explosion is the Jigsaw goal explosion and the soundtrack from Saw from the Haunted Hollows event.
See, I got to make sure that whenever it's NFL season, I have to have that, you know, the NFL anthem, and then the goal explosion. I either dress up as a referee or I go full Jacksonville Jaguars.
Well, right now, look, I mean, 5 more goals in 11 seconds. I'm not going to say that they can drop the 20 bomb. I don't know. They can't. I'm sorry. You know what I am going to say? There's no way they can drop 5 more in 11 seconds.
Yeah, no, I think that, you know, you got to believe in the defense of Potter here. You know, they've got, you know, good heart here in final few seconds ticking down here. It is mathematically impossible for them to score 20 more goals or 5 more goals or however many more goals they're aiming for there. 15 is not a bad number there, but ultimately they do take a game number 1 here in dominant fashion currently. But remains to be seen how Potter decides, you know, what kind of adjustments Potter wants to make heading into game number 2.
Yeah, and you know what? That was actually, I mean, a pretty one-sided matchup. Granted, though, I mean, they were just going absolutely nuttery-buttery. They were able to find each other constantly on the passes. And you know what? They really took control of the field. And you know what? I'm hoping to see some rebuttal coming from Potter going into game 2, because at least now they got the warm-up match out of the way.
Yeah, they did. Absolutely. And I think that, you know, part of it is, you know, it is like, again, for, you know, military and their families, it's all about just having fun in the end there. And, you know, it's good to, you know, kind of get this kind of warm up here. Get you guys as an audience there, you know, the neutral observer, kind of like a warm up. If you've never seen Rocket League before, this is a great way to kind of like introduce it. You know, it can be very simplistic, you know, stay on the ground all the time there. And some people can get absolutely nutty with it, you know, finding flip resets off the ceiling there, which, you know, like you're just like dropping your car down below, you know, off the ceiling there and getting underneath the ball again to flip it up. There's, you know, some incredible mechanical skill ceilings that can go up there. But at the same time, at the end of the day, it is just cars running around smacking the soccer ball. And, you know, that's, you know, it's something that's easy to pick up and quickly understand, I think.
And you know what? It's those mechanical skills that I'm waiting for, because you can see 877 Cash now. They're definitely not shy to score the ball to the net, but I want to see them bring out those fancy mechanics. I want to see a flip reset, musty flicks, ceiling shots, the whole 9. Give me a tornado flick. Let's throw it back to some old mechanics. So, you know, I want to see some fancy stuff now. I mean, clearly you got the space, you got the time. Let's see what you could do with the ball now.
Nah. There's only one thing that can really determine if you're a good quality Rocket League Player 9. That's a doomsy dish, all right? Like no flip resets, no musty flicks. They're just the doomsy dish.
Yeah, I mean the Doomsday Dish is good, no, but I mean I don't know. I'd
No,
rather
if you want to go
see,
classic, that's the classic. That's the classic litmus test.
I mean, I don't know. There's just something coming off of the ceiling, being able to check out and, you know, being able to score off of a flip reset into a musty flick. I don't know. I think I'm more in the modern mechanics. That's what I want to see.
Hey,
Maybe a little
listen.
freestyling. Maybe a little freestyling.
I'm just a fan of the classics. You know, I've been playing this game since 2015. So, you know, when it released, so, like, I don't know how long you've been playing it, but like for me, like I like a good throwback.
Oh, what? I've been playing since Supersonic Acrobatic Rocket Battle Cars back in the heydays of 2009, my guy. So yeah, I've been in this game for quite a long time, youngster. I've been playing this game for so long. I played it back when I had hair. Now I'm just completely bald. So that's how long I've been playing it. Like between the time I started into now, my hair fell out.
So okay, yeah. So that's how we're gonna go with that battle there. See who's going long. Who's the veteran of the veteran there? I see it. But unfortunately, we are not going to see the remainder of this battle, as Potter will gracefully bow out at this time here, deciding to acquiesce to the skill of 877 Cash Now. So 877 Cash Now claiming their first victory in dominant fashion there, scoring as many goals in one game for an entire series.
Now, you see, you got to wonder if that's going to come back to bite them, because they managed to do that in round number 1, but who knows? Maybe there's a team in this bracket that can do the same thing to them, because, you know, what goes around comes around. So we'll see how 877 Cash Now is going to be able to hold themselves together as we get ready to move on into the rest of this bracket.
Absolutely. So we will see if they can find somebody, but we'll take a quick break as they look to see who will be their next opponent here. When we come back, folks, we have more exciting Rocket League right here on this channel. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, folks, to GameCon right here at Peterson Space Force Base in Colorado Springs. There's some Air Force there still. I mean, it's all combined together. Let's be honest. But we're really thankful here. We got more Rocket League coming your way in just a moment there. But obviously, JT Displays alongside Captain Matt Soga here. We're here just let you know, hey, how appreciative we are for you guys hanging out here, being here at the GameCon. This is obviously the first event here for the Space Force. Hopefully many more. This is going to be a nice, successful thing for them that they see. The service members are really appreciative of here, right?
Oh, absolutely. And that's what we're doing this event for. This is for the service members. And that's for, not only that, but also giving other service members out there in the audience a chance to watch some of their fellow service members doing esports, which is awesome. And again, that could be, even some of your family. That could be some of my family. That could be people from the folks at home, tuning in to watch. And, it's awesome because, there is actually a lot of esports out there in the military. I mean, and, we're not going to get into it too much because, this is Space Force, but the U.S. Army esports team is pretty good. They've made quite the name for themselves. So who knows? Maybe we could see a U.S. Space Force esports team sometime in the future.
And personally, I am looking forward to that if that happens. I mean, certainly for me, as a personal aside there, I know that, the Space Force kind of resembles similarly my own career paths there. I actually originally was going to go to college to get my aviation degree there to be a professional pilot. I've actually kind of switched over majors here, and now I've got a background in cybersecurity. So it's kind of like similar with how the Space Force kind of grew off as a side branch there from the Air Force. They're much like the Marines kind of branched off from the Navy there. So it's something that I kind of like. It holds a special place in my heart personally because it's again the premier cybersecurity and space aeronauticals, working with NASA as well to launch satellites and maintain weather conditions. Being aware of weather conditions there because it's some of the technologies when it comes to like figuring out the weather is like really just high tech there, and like it's incredible what they're able to do now, just being able to fly into storms to collect data, and really again like some of the stories you hear just absolutely blows your mind.
Yeah, and what's going to blow my mind is the rest of these Rocket League matches that we have here today. So I cannot wait to get into our next matchup. And again, as we move further along into the bracket, things are going to get more nitty and gritty. So cannot wait to get our next matchup away. Remember, these are best of three, so every team has a second chance opportunity to try and answer back no matter what. And the first team to win two will be moving on. So looking forward to seeing what we have in store coming up next in our next matchup.
Yeah, it looks like the next match is going to be the 3 seed, the Bucket Brigadiers, taking on the number 6 seed, Com, heading up in a round 2 matchup there. So obviously, Bucket Brigadiers coming in with a number, that number 3 seed there. Must think that the seeding team committee seem to believe that this is going to be one of our higher end teams there for sure, and I think that should mean that they are going to have some spicy competition as we get down back onto the field. Kickoff starts right now.
Well, here we are. You can already see Maya wasting no time trying to get out towards the corner, but they will be denied as this one's going to go the other way now. But look at this. You already have the possession going right back to the Brigadiers.
Yeah, Bobber trying to take on Prickly Otter as Prickly Otter gets the better of him in that position there. Maya holding good, maintaining of the possession of the ball. There's Maya's now looking for a pinch off the wall and ground there and cannot get there in time. Prickly Otter. It's going to be a goal there for the Bucket Brigadiers.
Yeah, and look at this. This was a fast break play right here, and then Maya able to find that touch, but unfortunately, it goes off the wrong car, and Com, unfortunately, did get a little bit of an own goal there, but you know what? I don't think the Bucket Brigadiers are going to be complaining about that.
Yeah, I see him flexing some of those GC rewards as well. So, we got some high-level matches here.
And now you can see Maya going to be taking control out of the corner, showing some of those aerial acrobatics. And again, using a little finesse, getting past that one. But now both defenders has an open net opportunity and will get it to go for the second goal for the Bucket Brigadiers.
Another goal there for the Bucket Brigadiers, and Maya able to find that corner, able to put it in there. 2-0 now.
Well, here we go. Prickly Otter now going to take control, trying to get the first goal of the game for Com, but it will be denied by Maya once again, going back to that midfield line. Look at Maya with an opportunity, but it will be saved and cleared away by none other than the Prickly Otter.
Yeah, Prickly Otter, but here comes Maya again, and that's going to be a hat trick for Maya, as it is now 3-0, 3-3-8. Still left to play here in game number 1. Maya has kind of taken the game over by themselves.
Yep, that they have, and now it is 3-0 in the favor of the Brigadiers, but still plenty of time. We haven't even reached halftime yet, so Com, still plenty of opportunities to be had in order to try and equalize, but there's no one back in the net, and lucky for Com, that shot was off the mark.
Yeah, and here comes Maya one more time. Pushes it wide that time, and here comes Prickly Otter trying to look for an opportunity here with the Cody, as Maya trying to do this all by themselves here, not even relying on the teammate. It's just kind of like they're watching Maya put in some crazy stuff.
Yeah, and Maya honestly doing a lot in the air right now. They have been showing off their aerial acrobatics all game long. 3 minutes to go now. Still a 3-0 lead for the Brigadiers, and now you can see BDBR going to be able to find the back of the net, getting the 4th goal here for the Bucket Brigadiers.
Yeah. BDBR there, nice little shot from downtown, able to find beautifully that top corner there. Nice shot there, 4-0 now. Come, gotta have to find something, maybe try to force a counterattack here. Maybe have to lie a little deeper and wait for their opportunities to strike here, because certainly with as aggressive as the Bucket Brigadiers are, you have to believe that there's going to be an opportunity here for Com. If they just are patient enough, by their time here, BDBR and Maya might make a mistake there, and that could be a chance to strike.
It definitely could, and you know what? Especially in the 2v2s, I mean, right now, you got to see that the Brigadiers are playing very high risk, high reward, but, you know, so far they've been getting all the reward while taking the risk, and, you know, it's only a matter of time before Com, they can finally pick up on that and find themselves a punish.
Yeah, Prickly Otter pops it downfield there, looking for the backboard there, fakes it, looks for an opportunity here for the Cody, and the Cody being saved that time by the Bucket Brigadiers. Ooh!
What a big old dunk coming from Maya there. I mean, look at this. You can see the scoop. And again, the follow-up air drag off the backboard and in. Nearly saved by Prickly Otter, but what can we say? Maya simply can't be denied.
Maya cannot be denied there. They have just been a dominating tour de force here in game number 1 there. Popping off for their team. And BDBR, I mean, they've gotten a goal as well here. Let's give credit where credit is due there. BDBR is there playing that second man position there, just kind of waiting for an opportunity here to shine when they need it there. But we need, I think, to like reassess themselves here and just kind of get back on track, because it feels like they're kind of missing in communications sometimes. Maya trying to defend that one there. Opportunity here is Prickly Otter trying to hold possession there at midfield for the Cody, and the Cody has an opportunity. Oh, just goes wide of the post that time. Looking for the shot opportunity here for the Cody. Prickly Otter now having to defend in that corner.
Only 1 minute remaining, too. I mean, they're running out of time here, but you got to keep in mind this is still just game 1. This is a best-of-3 series, but if you're on the side of Com, then you really want to try and get at least 1 goal on the board, so that way you can go into the next game with a little bit of momentum.
Absolutely. Just a little bit of momentum there. It can do wonders for you as a team. Even if you know you're not going to win a game, they're just having a little bit of time there. Just 1 goal. It does wonders for the morale, as they are still hunting for that first goal here Meanwhile, hunting for the back of the net is Bucket Brigadiers. They might be looking for 6 here as they look to close out game number 1.
Yeah, that they are. And you know what? The problem is that you got to stop Maya. I think that's like the hardest part right there. And you know what's the best way to stop a player? You got to demo them. You got to get a little mean, throw some bumps in there, which we haven't seen a lot of physical play yet so far.
See, I was going to say the best way to stop the Mayas is to be the Spanish Inquisition, but that's an entirely different history lesson there, as Bucket Brigadiers are going to take game number 1.
Yep, that they do. And that's the thing, though. It's only game number 1. So right now, Calm, after getting warmed up a little bit, getting a little acclimated, they should be able to come back in game number 2 just a little bit stronger, if not being able to take an entire win off of this squad as we get ready to head into game 2.
Yeah, game number 2 here, that's where the crux of this match is going to be. If you win game number 2, you're more likely to win the entire series in a best of 3, is what I like to say there. For Bucket Brigadiers, they're hoping to win that in a sweep. Meanwhile, Calm, hey, no better time than now for a reverse sweep, am I right?
Oh, 100%, especially in these best of 3s. See, that's what makes these earlier games so interesting, is because you can have that reverse sweep come in so quickly. And, you know, it's not like when you're in a best of 5 or in a best of 7, you know, and it's a long trek in order to try and get that reverse sweep. No, you can turn it around and literally just...
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is going to be something that obviously Calm had some good mechanics there, some base levels that they had opportunities from there. I think there's some miscommunication there, being aware of where your teammate is at on the pitch there, that they just need to clean up there. And I think, you know, if they're able to do that, they're going to be able to find a little more success here. As we're now into game number 2 here, set match point here for the Bucket Brigadiers as they look to close it out.
And look at this, IT Coyote, or IT Cody, nearly was able to find the first goal, but it's going to go the other way. And of course, none other than Maya is going to get the first goal of game 2.
Maya pouncing on it like a jaguar there. Slamming in the back of the net for the Bucket Brigadiers to get the first goal 15 seconds into game number 2.
And now take a look at this. A fine, wide open net taken by IV Kati. Cody is able to find the first goal here for Calm now as we have ourselves a tie ball game.
See what happened with Maya there. They messed up their flip on the kickoff that time and just kind of led to an open net opportunity here. As looks like we may have possibly some connection issues here. We'll see if the teams are going to find an opportunity here. So they are going to reconnect here. And the false start on the offense, 15-yard penalty. Well, actually, it's a 10-yard penalty. But the Denver Broncos
now,
know
in Rocket
about
League,
that.
it's 15. False start in Rocket League, that's 15 yards.
Yeah, but I mean, they're close enough to Denver. So, you know, Russell Wilson knows all about those, you know, false starts and delay of games. So, you know, that's nothing new for them last season. But hey, now they have a confident head coach, so you know, who knows? Maybe they'll actually win. You know, maybe he'll score more touchdowns than he has bathrooms this season.
Yep. Well, maybe. I don't know. I don't watch football. I watch Rocket League. That's what I'd be watching. But regardless, you know what happens? Someone tripped over the extension cord. That's all. You see, I'm telling you, you got to watch where you're walking, all right? There's a lot of cords at a LAN event, and there's a lot of cords when you're dealing with esports. You got to watch where you're putting your toes, because you can trip over the extension cord, and all of a sudden, we got to restart the lobby. So somebody over there had a goofy goober moment.
Yeah, I mean, listen, those cords are essential to comms, and certainly looking for communication between each other. They're able to get a goal there, so we do know they are capable of a few goals here. So now they just need to replicate that and duplicate that and double it and give it to the next game, essentially, is what I'm getting at there. So they need to make sure that they're able to be able to find a few more goals here, and I think that you know, being able to score that first goal, that should be able to, that kind of breaks that ice and allows them to settle in. Sure, it was a false start game there. Didn't really happen, but you know, it's still that mental fact. The mental fact is, we can do this here. Let's get locked in.
Oh, absolutely. So, and again, like I was saying, you know, one of the important things that we need to see Calm do is get on the board. Granted, they weren't able to get done in the first game, but the fact that they were able to find at least an avenue for a little taste of success going into game number 2, I think is going to start to build their confidence a little bit.
Absolutely, yeah. I think it's going to be, confidence is key, in Rocket League as it is in life. Fake it until you make it. So sometimes you got to fake a few shots before you can find it in the back of the net there. And I think that certainly, though, Bucket Brigadiers, they are oozing with that confidence. All things being equal right now, and I think that if they are able to reconnect properly here as we get set underway officially, will they find success again?
Well, only one way to find out, and you can see Maya going off the back wall now and towards the corner. Doesn't have a lot of boost to work with, but they do have one teammate down low and a nice dunk. Not much doing, though, as already we do have 15 seconds gone, and it looks as though Calm finally going to be taking control at the midfield.
Yeah, Maya trying to do some shadow defense there, is able to push that one off onto the crossbar that time, avoiding the goal, and that's going to be an own goal there as Maya forces that defensive mistake.
Yeah, that they do. And look, there's the musty flick I was talking about. There's the finesse Maya showing off their mechanical prowess, finding the first goal here of game one.
Yeah, certainly a solid flick that time there. And doing it in the air, no less, a pretty good indicator of their skill ceiling here. Now they have one goal. Can they make it another here? Open net opportunity there, and that is going to be 2-0 as Com overcommit on the attack.
I'll keep it a $150. I mean, I know they got a Season 4 GC tag on them, but Maya is giving me SSL energy right now. And for those that don't know, that Supersonic Legend, it's absolutely the highest rank that you can get in Rocket League. And you know what? I think if they aren't SSL now, they are definitely going to be by the end of the season.
But to me, I think the highest honor in Rocket League is being called the Grand Champion of someone's heart there, right? And I think it just rolls off the tongue a little better than SSL of the heart, Supersonic Legend of the heart. It's just a Grand Champ. Just there's something nice about just being able to attain Grand Champ there.
Yeah, well, right now Maya is going to get the back of the net yet again already. And now, but also look at the give and go. Look at the pass play. BDBR able to once again not only receive the pass, but put it right back out into the middle for Maya. And that was just a beautiful pass play. And it's really hard to find those in 2v2s.
It can be hard there. But we will see if they are able to continue with those passing plays. I love a good passing play in 2v2. Just because I'm much more of that team player there. But the Coyote able to find a goal back here. Now the deficit is cut to just 2.
Yep, that it is. And you know what? They're able to find their first goal here, and that is what we needed. Now the lead is cut down to just 2, and once you get back down into like 2 goals, that's when your confidence starts to build up, because 3-goal deficit feels a little insurmountable, but 2 goals, no, you can come back from that easy. And almost done. Prickly Otter just barely off the mark, as now Maya will turn it around, but the recovery comes through for Calm.
Yeah, beautiful save that time to keep the game at 2-goal deficit. And now with 3:15 left to go, off the post there. Man, that absolutely brutal here for Maya. You gotta be mauling about that one there. Certainly would like to have that shot back.
Absolutely. And, this is what we're seeing, a lot of improvement coming from Calm, because you got to keep in mind, in, the game number 1, they didn't really have many shots on target, but now they're getting the shot count up higher, and the more shots you take inevitably is going to lead to more goals. So now they are able to get a presence in the offensive side, but now they just got to finish. They're just barely off the mark.
Yeah, BDBR, they're doing a good job defensively. Has an opportunity to break out with the counterattack here instead. Chooses to search for the boost instead, as they were out. Led for an opportunity there for Com to kind of recover, get an opportunity to get it past to midfield here. Now here they are kind of playing ping pong back and forth. Battle for that possession there at midfield. But Maya finds the angles and tucks it home.
Yep, that they do. And again, it's going to be BDBR getting in on the mix as well with the assist, with the pass coming out from the corner. And Maya just had to give it a little tap, tap, tap room for that one to roll right on in.
Yeah, beautiful team play there. Great pass from BDBR to set that up there. And now 4-1 with 2 minutes, 15 seconds left to play here in game 2 here. You got to put more goals in the back of the net if you're calm, if you want to try to stay alive and force game number 3.
Well, let's see if they can get the job done. Prickly Otter now with a wide open net shot, and it will go in, cutting the lead of the Bucket Brigadiers in half.
Yeah, that is exactly what they need to say. Hey, the pressure's on now. We got to score. And what do? They rise to that pressure. Pressure makes diamonds, as they like to say. And certainly a diamond in the rough kind of shot right there. Make it a 2-goal game with 2 minutes remaining.
And once again, Prickly Otter going to be taking control. Looks for the flick. Can't connect. And now back out towards the side. BDBR looking to take control. Ivy Cody not going to be able to steal the ball away as this one goes up high again. And we are just at a tug of war in the midfield.
Yeah, Maya asking questions of the defense, currently being answered by Prickly Otter. As he makes an utterly adorable play here off the wall to try to navigate around BDBR. But there is Maya waiting for the opportunity there. And has to be come in for the save here. Dangerous situation here for the Cuddy. And they are able to find a way to get it out into the blue half of the field again.
And take a look at that, Maya. Not only able to get the job done on the offensive side of the ball, but can get the defense done as well with an epic save at the last minute. And speaking of Calm, able to come through as well in order to change this transition. Now back to offense as Prickly Otter will find the 3rd goal for Calm.
Yeah, Prickly Otter there says, we're not done just yet. They say, you got GC potential, we got GC potential. We're all going to be potentially making this a spicy opportunity here for this game here as they are down to the final minute now. Will there be an equalizer to force overtime? If you're a Calm fan, you certainly hope so. And if you're a neutral observer, hey, you love more Rocket League. And that's an opportunity that goes asking and goes wanting from Prickly Otter.
Yep, that it does. And now this one going back up high and towards the corner as the Bucket Brigadiers not able to finish that one. 30 seconds left to go. This is still a decent amount of time for Calm to try and equalize and maybe, just maybe, send us into overtime.
Yeah, tough angle there. Could not get the shot off in time the way they wanted to. Now 15 seconds left to go in regulation time. A 1-goal game, so they just need to ball in the air when the clock hits 0. And Calm might have an opportunity here to put this one into overtime territory. But BDBR tries to keep it alive. Drop it down here. Will it be game, set, match, or do we have overtime?
I think that'll just about do it right there, as it will be the Bucket Brigadiers to take game 2 and the series.
Bucket Brigadiers squeaking by there in game number 2. It was a lot closer than maybe it should have been based on the results from game number 1. Again, that comes down to that confidence of that false start there. And I think that just happened to help Calm a little bit there. Just having, hey, we know we can score goals here. Let's kind of get back in that groove there. Allow them to reassess themselves, and they almost came back to it too. They were so close. Ultimately, though, it will be Bucket Brigadiers moving on here in that upper bracket. So we're going to take a brief break, folks. When we get back, we will have an interview with one of those buckets on that Brigadier squadron. We'll be right back right here on twitch.tv/Unified Live. JT Displays alongside Captain Atsoka, and today we are here live with one of the victors of the previous match there, Maya. How are you doing today, sir?
Doing well, and you guys?
Well, I mean, I'm doing pretty fantastic, and after seeing that game, I'm feeling even better than before because that was absolutely insane. I got to ask you, Maya, have you been, and if you are not currently SSL, how long until you're there, man? Because you're already playing out of your mind.
No, I'm not SSL, and I've actually never hit SSL, believe it or not.
Yet. So how long have you been playing Rocket League for, man?
Since 2016, so a good 6 years.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're definitely playing pretty well right now. I mean,
Thank you.
in that last matchup, you were definitely finding yourselves on the highlight reel more often than not. But I got to ask you, that's one team down. Is there any team in the bracket that you are actually looking forward to playing?
I'm looking forward to playing everybody. I came here to play, I came to show out, and so anybody can get the smoke.
I love the confidence there. Obviously, with this being here at Peterson Space Force Base there, how long have you been in the service? What's your rank there?
I'm at E3 right now, Specialist 3. I've been in the service since January of 2021, so about 2 years, 2 years and a half.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, you and your teammate got really, really good on those passing plays. Y'all were able to connect time and time again, whether it was in the midfield or even, coming out of the corner. I got to ask, do y'all practice that on the regular? Like, is this the person you grind with?
Yeah, we play pretty often. We know each other. We know all of Space, we play with each other. We have some teammates up in Denver and all over the place. So, yeah, our communication was just on point today, and yeah.
Awesome. Well, we're certainly looking forward to more exciting highlights as you guys move on here in the upper bracket there. Certainly it should be exciting for you guys there. Anyone, do you want to get any sort of special shout out there before we let you go?
Just shout out to my mom and my dad for being my biggest supporters, and I'm glad to be here.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much there, Maya, there, for everybody from the winning squad of Bucket Brigadiers. We're going to go right back to break, folks. When we come back, we got more exciting Rocket League action here right here at GameCon on twitch.tv/Unified Live. Welcome back, folks, here at the Space Force Delta One inaugural game here on twitch.tv/unified live. JT Displays, trying to lead you to the highway to the danger zone here, alongside Captain Atsoka for our next match.
Now you see, I'm loving all the Top Gun references, but wouldn't that be Air Force?
No.
Space? I don't know. Is it the?
No.
I'm just saying. I don't know. Top Gun is a little Air Force. You know, this is the Space
It's not
Force
though. It's
event
literally
today.
Navy. And Top Gun is Navy, my guy.
Well, I mean, I know, but homie was still flying jets and planes and what have you. You see how little I know.
Navy
I don't know
still
anything.
has jets and planes. Like there's multiple forces that can have jets and planes.
All right. Regardless, it shows what little I know. Anyway, I don't know. Anyway, we're getting back into the Rocket League action. I don't know what branch of the military that's all, but it's got to be Space Force because that's what we're here for today. And those rocket cars are going to be taking you to the moon, but we're going to be taking you to our next matchup. And again, we've already got to see 2 games down, but we have plenty more to go. And a friendly reminder for the folks at home that this is, in fact, a double elimination bracket. So all of these teams have even more opportunity to try and claw their way all the way to the grand finals.
Yeah, and we've got an exciting matchup here. I'm hearing that we have the team of USAFA Blue, so the Air Force Academy's blue team, taking on the first rounders there. So they were able to get out of that first round as they get it down to the field here for game number 1.
Yep, and here we are. And luckily, if I'm not mistaken, the first rounders did make it out of the first round. So there we go. That's some good stuff right there. Meanwhile, we have Chowder trying to go up towards the side, not able to connect now. And USAFA Blue will now try and take a turn on the offense.
Yeah, with Rejai alongside their partner here, looking for another flick into the zone. They're slammed home by Chowder. And Chowder able to get the first goal here for USAFA Blue.
Nice. See, look at this. There's our first Supersonic legend right there. Chowder, Season 10, SSL, able to find the first goal here of Game 1.
You know, I'm actually kind of surprised that USAFA doesn't have like a CRL team. You know, Collegiate Rocket League, they just had their big showdown there for the spring recently. So USAFA, if you got Supersonic legends like that, might be something to think about in this team here.
Oh, definitely. And you know what? You're absolutely right. We did just have that big major. As a matter of fact, I had the pleasure of casting it on the B stream side of things. It was absolutely fantastic. And you know what? I got to tell you, it's probably my biggest event to date. And it was awesome being there. So hopefully one of these days we'll be able to see some of these teams there as well.
Absolutely. And right now, Oino doing his best to defend here against an SSL there. That is not an easy proposition, I can tell you from personal experience there, as Rejai has an easy path to goal and will slam it home. USAFA Blue there, 2-0 up now to the good.
Yeah, look at the finesse and look at the mind games there, just taking their time. And that's why you don't want to rush. You don't want to get too speedy with whenever you take possession of the ball. Sometimes it's, you know, slow and steady that wins the race. And, you know, that time it just happened to go the way of USAFA Blue. A nice little amount of control can go a long way. As now Rajai again will use that amount of control to find the third goal here for USAFA Blue.
Bada bing, bada boom, bada pow. Beautiful little finish there to tuck it underneath the bar that time. There's the pirouette at the end. Honestly, one of the great little flares there to show that little mastery there. I don't know if you're aware of this, but the U.S. Air Force Academy, their mascot is the Falcons. However, on the football team helmets, that's actually a lightning there, so lightning bolt. So, no, not sure what that's about there, but always kind of curious there. Don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. You know what's funny is that the first thing that came to my mind was Pokemon because, you know, flying types are weak to electric types. So, you know, having that Thunderbolt, you know, is, you know, for the Falcons, it's kind of interesting. But again, I have nerd brain, so apologies in advance.
Like a Zapdos, you know. Meanwhile,
yeah, I forgot about Zapdos.
Yeah, you forgot about the legendary. Meanwhile, Oino looking pretty legendary right there as they're able to secure the first goal for the first rounders, as they're now able to cut the deficit to 2.
And they're able to make pretty good work of the defense there. The first rounders finding their first goal of game number 1, but still have to come back from this 2-goal cushion. as USAFA still get to enjoy that 2-goal lead.
Yeah, USAFA there maintaining the press here on offense, trying to make sure that back line of the first rounders not looking too comfortable at any moment there as Chowder. Good little dribble right here. Looks for the flick. Tries to send it home and will do so. It's 4-1 with 2.5 minutes down. 2.5 left to go in game one.
Okay, remember when I said that I had nerd brain? That's still 100% fact, but I also have dumb brain, okay? So I'm curious. Am I the only one that wants to call this team USAFA?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I can't help it. That's what it looks like to me. It looks like USAFA blue.
I mean, like, I've also got a little skin in the game there. I did, consider applying to the U.S. Air Force Academy at some point, right out of high school there. Ultimately did not go that way, but it's definitely got, I have a soft spot. I'm not an unbiased observer here. I've definitely always had a soft spot for the U.S. Air Force Academy there, and still watch their games whenever I can find them on the sports channels.
All right. Well, you know what? I'll put respect on it for, the U.S. Air Force Academy, but just know in my head, in my heart, I'm thinking USAFA all the way. But in the meantime, you got the United States Air Force Academy trying to find their 5th goal now with just about 1:40 left to go. And now the first rounders trying to make it even further here. Let's see how many rounds they can go.
Yeah. Meanwhile, you have Frozen Ghost there with probably some, one of the best nicknames in the game right there. I do appreciate that. There's a little flair there, and also using the hot shot car as well. You don't see that often very more. So I respect the odd car choice there, because sometimes they can also throw off your opponents when you come out with a non-standard car like the hot shot there, because they never know what you're going to be doing. But Chowder does not be concerned about that at all as they get another goal here. It's 5-1 for USAFA Blue.
Yeah, and they're doing fantastic. Remember, we saw Maya doing a lot of that, those aerial acrobatics when they were playing. So who knows? This player could definitely be a challenge to them later on into the bracket for sure. But the first rounders still not done yet. A minute left to go in game number 1, and still game number 2 to be played. But right now, the first get some momentum back in their favor.
Absolutely. 1 minute remaining here as Oinio trying to do what they can for their team, get them back in game. I mean, it's not impossible to score 4 goals in 45 seconds. It just means you got to score a goal every 10 seconds, roughly thereabout.
And that's usually the rule of thumb there for Rocket League. You want to give yourself at least like 10 seconds per goal. And that's, again, that's just being generous. But with that being said, about 30 seconds left to go. It's just about out of reach here for the first rounders.
Yeah, about to be mathematically looking towards game number 2 as a bounce back game for them. But certainly they've shown a lot here on the field, a little bit of moxie, a little bit of guts, a little bit of technical finesse to show, hey, these guys are no pushover. And this 5-1 victory, if the scoreline is to stand here in the final 10 seconds, was hard fought and definitely not a cakewalk, as it's 6-1 now. Chowder, that is 4 goals for him here in game 1.
Question is, with 5 seconds left on the clock, can they get a Brazil? That's what they're going for. That's why they're trying to rush these goals in before the time expires. They're trying to get that 7-1 split. They're trying to get the Brazil. They're trying to do it for the memes.
Hey, listen, I dressed up as Goose from Top Gun. I'm all here for the memes. All right, as we lurk in. Game number 1 goes in favor of the Blue Falcons there. Game number 2 remains to be seen, but certainly they got themselves a spicy SSL there on their hands. Chowder out here making everybody looking like rada, rada, rada.
Hey, I'm about to drop a big bombshell right here, okay? Get ready.
Yep.
And everybody don't hate me for this, but I've never seen Top Gun. The original or Maverick? I haven't seen either of them.
Hey, listen, I mean, as a fan of U.S. military aviation, it's kind of like, a rite of passage to start going it. So for me, I'm a huge fan of it there. But, if you like action, it's got action. If you like Tom Cruise, if you don't like Tom Cruise, he's not insufferable in these movies. Let's put it that way. At least in the second one. The first one, a little bit. I mean, really, Iceman was truly the better person in that first story there, but I digress. You can find me in the comments on that one there, folks. But I mean, you look at it like Iceman had was to the objective much better. And certainly I think that your first rounders need to be more to the objective here in game number 2 as they look to bounce back.
Well, here we go. We're back right into the action here. And look at Chowder looking to get the first goal of game 2, and they do. A nice little swish and flick to put the ball right on in.
Yeah, right off the kickoff here, Chowder, again, supersonic lunge for good reason, earned it there with that goal.
And now just only 5 seconds gone, too. That is pretty nutty, to say the least, being able to score that quickly. And now Chowder looking to get another one here, but it's going to go way off and towards the side. And finally, the first rounders will take possession, only for a moment.
A nice drop in here. Dangerous there, but Chowder is able to definitely move that danger to the corner and says, listen, I am the danger here, all right? And I've got that blue ice in my veins here. He's trying to put it up for his team.
Yep, that they are. And you know what? Not much doing right now. I mean, again, they were able to score in the first 5 seconds, but not much doing since then. The first rounders have stepped up their defense just a little bit here, but now they have to step things up on offense. They need to start raising their shot count up just a little.
They absolutely do, but that's a shot right there. Oh, I love it. The pass, the finish.
Oh, this was an absolute laser. Look at the redirect. Coming out at the midfield line, that was a perfect pass and a perfect read, and now we have ourselves a tie ball game.
109 kilometers per hour. I believe that is about 65 freedom units per hour on that
freedom
shot.
Freedom units. I'm sorry, that is the first time I have heard that. That is hilarious.
Oh yeah, I mean, like we're just built diffy than the rest of the world when it comes to our measurements. We're very empirical about that. We got empirical evidence for our measurements.
Well, freedom units, you know, be it as it may, is now this ball does go the other way, and there's going to be a little bit of defense coming from Raijai. But Chowder now with a little bit of boost to the tank, not going to be able to make much of it. 3 minutes and 30 remaining, and now the first rounders finally starting to step things up on offense here.
Yeah, now you got to be wondering, you know, if you're, you know, active service members that are opposed to these academy players here, you know, are you going to let the Air Force Academy guys, are they going to let them show you up here, or is you going to, you know, kind of show up yourselves and try to say, hey, you know, like we build Diffie just as much as you is.
Yeah, meanwhile, the ball is going to back toward first rounder territory, but here comes Oinyo taking control there. Not able to get past one, but they keep it at the midfield, and now they will put on the pressure to the U.S. Air Force Academy as finally they get out of the danger, but not out of their own half just yet. Finally, they will make this one go the other way.
Yeah, I'm liking the subtle movements here from Raijai as he opens up the defense for Chowder to put it away there. Now to retake the lead. USAFA Blue with a goal advantage again.
Yep, none too soon either. I mean, we're 14 seconds away from halftime and still plenty of time for first rounders to equalize. But if USAFA want to end this 1-2, they have got to get at least a 2-goal cushion, or the first rounders will definitely be able to tie this one back up as Chowder goes right off the crossbar.
Yeah, good performance here from Chowder. Can he maintain it, or Raijai looking for his teammate there? I love the pass opportunity here now. Oinyo looking to dump it into the blue half of the field. They're just trying to take a little bit of that pressure, that press release valve on the defense there for them. Gives them an opportunity to recollect boost here and retrace and retrack their steps and coalesce as a defensive unit.
Yeah, take a look at Raijai. They're going to 50 out towards the mid. We are at this now. And not a lot of time remaining. The first rounders have got to try and find an answer and get this equalizer before it's too late.
Yeah. Oh, you see Raijai going with a little bit of the wave dashing off the wall there. I see a little the fancy maneuvering here. He might not have much on the score sheet right now, but he is absolutely flexing some skills here as he's keeping up defensively for the USAFA Blue team. With 1:35 still to play here, they have the advantage. But you have to wonder if the first rounders are going to respond here.
I mean, they definitely have an opportunity. This 2v1 can't open things up, as this one's going to go to the corner now, which should give enough time for USAFA to recover. And that they do. Raijai gets there in a hurry.
Yeah, Oinyo, why is he respecting Chowder's space there and letting him, hey, no, I'm not going to let you dunk this over my head for another goal here. Waiting for the opportunity here, and was able to defend him that time. Now A little bit of pressure here from Frozen Ghost, trying to push him off the ball, being a little bit of that bully. We love to see it, that physical play, as it gets a little chippy here in the final minute of game 2.
Less than a minute to go. Still plenty of time for the first rounders to try and equalize and possibly, maybe, send us into our first OT of the day. But that flick is going to make that a little bit more difficult, as it will be Chowder to find the 2-goal insurance for the U.S. Air Force Academy.
Chowder is just absolutely cooking up a goal gumbo right now, as that is 3 for him here in game number 2. Another hat trick for him, and these, again, just, I don't know what he's using. Is he using Old Bay? Is he, what kind of spice he's got in the kitchen there? But he cooking.
Oh, 100%. They were nearly able to find another one. 30 seconds left to go. Still enough time. But the first rounders are just having a difficult time trying to get past the defensive line of the U.S. Air Force Academy. And they just are really good at running the clock, and they're really good at keeping the ball away from the first rounders.
Yeah, really good control. Rajai doing a fantastic job setting up Chowder once again. That's 4 for him there, and 4 for the team as Rajai, beautiful pass off the corner there, dumps it in, and Frozone Ghost just gave him way too much space to complete that pass. 11 seconds left remaining here. This one is going down as another sweep, it looks like.
Yep, that it does. The United States Air Force came out strong, and they were able to take this one over the first rounders. But you got to keep in mind, first of all, the first rounders, they made it past the first round. So already, they're playing beyond expectations. Number 2, this is a double elimination bracket. We still get to possibly see them again in the lower bracket, competing, trying to find their way back. But in the meantime, it's going to be the United States Air Force Academy to keep themselves on the upper bracket and continue on making their way possibly to the winners finals.
Yeah, and I think that that really relies on the goals from Chowder there. If he doesn't make those goals, I think this is a much more narrow, closer game there. So he's in fine shooting form there, warmed up, feeling good about himself. We'll take a quick break, folks. When we come back, I think we should be able to get an interview back with one of those USAFA Blue Boys there. Do not go anywhere. We're live right here on twitch.tv/Unified Live. Welcome back, folks. JT Displays, Captain Netsoka, and we are here live with Chowda. Chowda, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Coming off of a win, feeling good. It's fun to be here at LAN, and overall just feeling amazing.
Yeah, and you know what? I got to tell you, pretty impressed with the amount of play that we got to see. First of all, in the games number 1 and 2, I'm sitting here and I'm waiting. Where the musty flicks, flip resets, and all the advanced mechanics are going to come in? And I got to tell you, you did not fail to deliver. I got to ask you, how long do you spend in free play, and how long are you running those training packs to get that good?
I spend a lot of time. I tend to find myself putting on like a show or something I enjoy while sitting and training. Just do two at once, and yeah, it's how I spend my free time a lot of times. So.
Fantastic. Now, representing the Air Force Academy there, I do have to wonder there, if you guys have like a more organized kind of like team there, because I see there's blue, there's white here. Do you guys have a coach or like a club there at the academy?
Yeah, so we have a esports club at the academy. We do have one team currently, but normally we play 3v3, so we decided to split it for this one. We got a coach, everything like that, so we're a pretty serious team at the academy.
CRL win.
We're hoping next season we're gonna do all the tournaments, and we're trying to qualify, so it's gonna be fun.
Okay, good, because, as a CRL analyst myself, just having do CRL Worlds, I'm wondering, when are we going to see the Air Force Academy? Because I got to tell you, the summer series is coming up, and then there's no better time than now to sign it up. So maybe we could see the Air Force Academy at the summer series.
Yeah, we're going to be grinding, hopefully.
Absolutely. With you being there at the academy, that is a full-fledged college as well. What's your major there?
So I'm majoring in geospatial sciences.
Okay. What year are you in? Are you a freshman, sophomore?
I'm a rising sophomore this
year. Okay. Fair enough. So geospatial sciences there, satellites, dealing with the thermal energies and tectonic plates, stuff like that.
Yep, that's everything pretty much we do.
Awesome. Is it? I'm sorry, you're loving it there? Oh yeah,
I love it. It's great.
See, everything y'all saying right now is going completely over my head. Like, this is above my pay grade right now. I mean, it truly impresses the things that you're studying over there. And you know what? And another thing I want to ask. Clearly, you know a little bit about aerodynamics. We got to see you, fly in, in Rocket League, and you were pretty well. But I got to tell you, there are other players in the bracket that we got to see, Maya specifically, who are also pretty good. Is there any players or teams that you're looking forward to playing?
I mean, I'm looking forward to playing Maya's team, of course. Nucha's team as well. Our white team just played him. I'm excited to play them. I'm just excited to have some competition here at LAN to really play against.
Awesome. Any other shout outs you want to give us, Chowder, before we let you go?
Shout out to my teammate, Ray J. He's great. Shout out to our other team. And shout out to everyone here to just make this a thing. It's been amazing. It's a lot bigger than any of us really expected, and it's great to have a place to really sit together and play a LAN with a bunch of Air Force military guys.
Hey, we love hearing that, honestly. So thank you so much, Chowder. Well, let's get back to it, get back to grinding. Hopefully we'll see you later on in the tournament here. And folks, when we come back, we got more exciting Rocket League in this upper bracket right here on Unified Live. Do not be going anywhere. This is the Space Base Delta One inaugural GameCon right here on Unified Live.
तेरी याद तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा 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 तेरी यादों का तेरी याद।
Welcome back, folks, to the Space Base Delta One inaugural GameCon JT displays alongside Captain Soka and Gavin. Do we have ourselves a match?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we do. I mean, we're getting ready to head into this next matchup. We're going to have the boys, and we all know that that's going to be a top-notch team right there, especially with a name like that. They had better be a top-notch team. JT, who are they going up against, though?
They're going up against the possibly invincible F2 cans in there. So certainly it's going to be a battle of the heavyweights there. I don't know who comes out on top. Omni-Man versus Billy Butcher there, but could be an opportunity to see who comes on top. Obviously, F2 Kansan, they're the ranked number one seeded squad here in this tournament. But the boys, they just beat the USAFA white team there, so that's an achievement in and of itself.
Yeah, again, from what I'm hearing, going into this next matchup, we're supposed to see like number one seeded team play, I do believe. So, I mean, that's going to be pretty nutty. I mean, we've already seen some pretty great gameplay, so I'm wondering who is going the competition, where is this going to go? I mean, we've already seen such great gameplay. I can't imagine it getting too much better than what we've already seen.
Yeah, and I think that, everybody there at the event is having a fantastic time. All of our competitors are saying, they're absolutely enjoying this opportunity here. We did have a little bit, I think, where I'm told, a little bit of a false start on the offense, as we love to say here. So it's another 10-yard penalty there. Automat replayed the down. So we'll see.
Hey, that's
if they
false start, isn't it? This is the false start?
Yeah.
Is that it?
You got it.
Because isn't this also traveling in basketball?
Listen, I only watch real sports that have defense, so I couldn't tell you.
Did you say basketball's not a real sport? Is that what I heard?
Yeah. I'm watching the NHL, like the Stanley Cup Finals there. The Vegas Knights against the Florida Panthers there. So yeah.
Oh my word. Oh my goodness. There's a lot to unpack there, but we're gonna glance right over that. We're gonna head back into Rocket League. We got our two great teams going head to head, and you know what? I'm ready to get into it because potentially we're getting ready to see a matchup that could have one of the grand champions in it. It's possible.
Maybe a grand champion, maybe an SSL even. As we've got.
I mean grand champions of this tournament.
Well, are you sure they're not just SSLs of this tournament?
They could be SSLs of this tournament. This is very true.
You never know.
You know what? And if we were in the winter months, they could very well be the Blizzard Wizards of this tournament.
I love Snow Day and Rocket League. I hope that becomes it needs more support, honestly. I think that Psyonix needs to push it more as and Rumble too. Let's say Rumble, Heatseeker. Yeah, I
Nope.
love both of those. Drop shot, I keep it or leave it there. Hoops, get rid of it. But ice
No,
snow day,
Hoops
we
is
can
the
all
best
say,
one.
no,
Oh
snow
man.
day. Like with the puck, absolutely. That's my jam there. Hoops, whatever. Like
That is the best. Hoops is the best
the
secondary
court is
game
smaller,
mode
and
right now.
and the goal is like 2 times the size of a normal goal. There, where's the skill?
What do you mean where's the skill? The goal is literally elevated up and off the ground. You have to go up and over just to get the ball in, man.
Yeah, that's called drop shot, man. Drop shot's like 2 times as better as.
Oh, I'm
hoops
sorry.
because-
How big is the goal in drop shot? It's literally the entire floor, dude.
Yeah, you got to hit it like 2 or 3 times though to make it go in though. So it's a little bit more. It's a little more skill involved.
Oh my good golly gosh. All I'm saying, when it comes to the titles, I'd much rather be a dunk master than, I don't know, an RNG champ. That's just an insult. You literally got called a random champ.
And yet here I am being the one dunking on you. So who's the real dunk master here as we get into this one? F2 Kansan
1v1.
versus the the boys. Game
Meet
number
me
1.
on Urban Central. Already off to the races here. F2 Kansan looking to get their first goal, but no, it's going to be the boys to get theirs instead. Noosh going to get the first goal here of game 1.
Noosh, there it is, as he finds this one off the post and into the back of net. Good read on the redirect there from the post, knowing he missed the first time, able to collect it and get it past F2 Kansan for the first lead of the game. The boys are in the lead there, and if you're looking at it from a seeding standpoint, a little bit surprising there. However, this was the team that was able to take down the team of USAFA White.
Hey, when Noosh scored, JT, did you see their player banner?
No.
All right, if we see Noosh score again, I want you to take a look at it. But in the meantime, it looks like one of the people or one of the players from F2 Kansan is driving like a station wagon. What vehicle is that? You see that little right there, right there. What vehicle was that?
It's the Volkswagen Golf GTI.
Ah, that's what it is. Meanwhile, it's going to be a Ginja Ninja able to find the back of the net for the second time here for the boys.
Ginja Ninja, great name there. It's the name of my band in high school. I'm kidding. But 2-0 now for the boys as they are really able to take the Hurt Locker out on F2 Kansan here.
I love this little car. I mean, we have deciphered
It's
that
fun.
it was a Volkswagen. And you know what? I just love seeing non-meta vehicles on the pitch. And this is the first time I think I've seen the Volkswagen, what was it, the Golf GTI or whatever it's called. This is the first time I think I've seen it in competitive play.
Well, yeah, and now we've also got a few Nissans there. We've got the Ford Mustang, the electric version there, as Ginja Ninja able to add to his goal tally, double it in fact, as he's able to get past the defense here. 3-0 here for the boys.
I'm surprised I actually got that right. It is a Golf GTI. I mean,
Yeah.
you told me, but but between the time that you told me and then I looked at it, I could have swore I had forgotten yet again. Cheppy, unfortunately, is not going to be able to connect on that shot. As now it will go right back to the corner, but it will be Nazija with the Golf GTI in order to find the back of the net for the first time here for F2 Kansan.
Yeah, and this could be the comeback we've been waiting for F2 Kansan there. Able to put it in, cut the deficit to 2 now. With 3 minutes remaining, there's a lot of time left on this clock here. F2 Kansan can start leading a rally here potentially. We'll see if Cheppy's able to find their way into the back of the net, as they're the only ones that are currently goalless here in Game 1.
And you know what? I mean, this is what we expect from 2v2s. 2v2s has such a higher score count than, say, 3v3s. So I'm expecting to see a lot of goals. And nearly, F2 Kansan nearly got another one just then.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Nazija can't get past the last defender there, as Noosh is able to stop it in time. Now out to midfield. There's a battle for possession. Nazija, though, dunks it over their head. What a save from Noosh to keep it at 1-3.
That was a nice little jump shot there from the midfield line, nearly finding the back of the net. But the boys, with the recovery, keeping this ball in the midfield, trying to hang on to that 2-goal cushion.
Yeah, how well we're bumping into your teammate there on the back line. Not usually a recipe for success. We'll see if the boys are able to capitalize on that slight misplay here. Noosh applying a heavy pressure here off the backboard here, looking for his teammate there, and it's going to be Ginja Ninja with a hat trick.
Yep, Ginja Ninja once again going to be able to find the back of the net off the pass from Noosh, by the way. Able to get that one out and towards the mid, and now the boys extend their lead to 3.
As many seasons as there are goals right now for the boys. Great show. Yeah, are into that sort of thing there, for sure. Maybe not necessarily one that's for the faint of heart, or one to watch with young kids, but still great show.
I didn't even know what that was a reference to. I'm gonna have to Google it later. When in doubt, Google out. Regardless, just over a minute and 30 left to go, and the boys are just winning the possession game right now, keeping the ball out of the clutches of the side of F2 Kansan. But Noosh will be able to find the back of the net. And now look, this is the player banner. You see that, JT? You know what that is?
It's very pretty. I'm a big fan of the RGB. It's very techno.
That right there is the Season 7 GC Player Award that you get from hitting Grand Champ in Season 7. And I know because that was the very first season that I had ever hit GC myself.
Very impressive. I'm still stuck in Diamond, so I will never see that. But maybe one day. But a great save there from Noosh to keep Nazija from hitting the back of the net with that one. Should have been a goal, but otherwise a great save. 5-1 here. F2 Kansan, they're in a deep hole early on.
Yep, that they are. 1 minute left to go. Not a lot of time, but it's not out just yet. I mean, again, if we're going by the rule of thumb, the 10-second rule, it still can be done. It's possible, just not probable. But here comes Cheppy trying to find one, but Noosh is there to deny.
Yeah, Noosh has been outstanding defensively for this team of the boys. With the final few seconds ticking down here in game number 1. I think F2 Kansan, you probably won at least another goal here to try to shore up that confidence here. And Nazija is happy to deliver that goal here for F2 Kansan.
Yeah, that was a great give and go there. You were able to see Nazija. They were the one that get the play started, and they put it up and over, and then Cheppy was there to put it right back into the middle, and then Nazija, again, was able to turn that one right around and put it into the back of the net. And, it may be too little too late, but at the same time, it's never too late to start building some momentum heading into the next game.
I always view the game itself as a foregone conclusion, potentially at this point. However, the series is not, and Nazija is warming up here. Now we're down to Dubsit down to 2 here. A little bit of hope starts to creep in there for F2 Kansan, thinking, hey, maybe it ain't impossible. There's a chance.
There is a chance. I mean, if they can get a kickoff goal right here, that'll be all that they need. But they both go for a fake. Are they going to settle it in ones? No, Ginja Ninja. Nearly able to get the goal. Nazija just hits the sidebar. That would have been it. That would have been the only goal that they needed to try and bring this one back. But now Noosh taking control, and this one is now completely far gone. The final second has ticked away, and now it's just rule 0, but the ball will hit the dirt, and the boys will take game 1.
And man, that near miss off that post had a chance to possibly really make that game 1 very, very spicy for F2 Kansan. Ultimately, up a cul-de-sac, as we love to say, and it remains to be the boys in the driver's seat heading into game number 2.
I'm sorry, but I couldn't help but notice you got a blue turtle shell back there. That thing right there. That is a
purple.
Wonderful. Oh yeah, I love that turtle shell. You got to watch out though. If you ever get a blue turtle shell on your back, just know you're about to get knocked out. Regardless, this is a Mario Kart. It's Rocket League. Now, can you imagine if we had a blue turtle shell in Rumble?
I mean, yeah, I think that would be fantastic. Honestly, I think just a heat seeker shell to find out an opponent, just demo them for and leave them off the stage for a few seconds. That would be I mean, we do have a few that you can that help you demo your opponents there, a power up like that. But yeah, that would be a fun one. Or just if it sends out 3 and demos the entire rest of the other team, or 2 of the 3. That'd be broken. That'd be broken.
Oh, what? That would be hella broken. But good thing is that there's no blue turtle shells in competitive play because we're getting ready to head into our second match between these two teams, and still plenty of time for F2 Kansan to try and come back. You got to keep in mind they did start to get a little bit of momentum there going towards the end. So the fact that they were able to end strong, maybe they are going to be able to start strong now that we got game number 2 underway.
Yeah, rev up the engines there, and now the demos are starting to come up. This is the first time we've really seen demos come into play here in this tournament. We haven't really seen them be used much throughout. I mean, in 2v2s there, a demo can be the difference between a goal and a save.
And now take a look at Noosh here with a good shot on, but Cheppy able to get the save and clear it away, but that doesn't mean Noosh is done, but finally, F2 Kansan able to clear this one out.
Yeah, survived the scare that time as they now turn defense into offense here, staying on the orange side of the field. Another demo there onto Jinja Ninja, courtesy of Cheppy, and that just really helps stall this attack. Noosh has to do it all by himself, and here comes Jinja Ninja from off the respawn to get us the opening goal.
Yeah, and look at Noosh. Look at the turn here on a dime to cut that one short, and Jinja Ninja able to get there in time in order to put that one in, and they were none too soon. The defense was on their way to clear that out, but now the boys are going to get the first goal here of game 2.
They are, and now here's an opportunity for Noosh to try to gain possession here and try to add onto this here, but Nazija, very wise, just kind of take this into their own wheels and try to move it out past their own half of the field. Again, you saw that quick counterattack there by the boys. They are so good at just being able to pick their moments to really put a lot of pressure onto the back line of F2 Kansan.
Now take a look at this. Jinja Ninja again able to find the back of the net as they get this soft tap here again. Somewhat of like a, maybe even a floater. I don't know what Cheppy was expecting there. I mean, it looked as though they could have went for a self pass, but no, they just did a nice little chip shot to find the back of the net.
Yeah, you chipped the Cheppy.
See what you did there.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Cheppy trying to do it himself there, got a little fancy with it there, but ultimately could not complete it here. Now here's an easy opportunity here. Nazija. I mean, an opening net like that, that's one of the most dangerous chances there. And if you miss it, you always feel bad about yourself, but Nazija, cool, calm, collected, and that is a deficit cut in half.
Well, you see the boys, they got a little overzealous there. They saw the ball and they jumped on it, but you got to keep in mind this is a 2v2, dude. You can't be both jumping on the ball because who's watching the net? Nobody. And now you're just giving away a goal. F2 Kansan are now back within 1 of equalizing.
I just feel like a gabagoo is about to come out of your mouth at any moment there when you put on that voice, man, I swear.
It could. Get ready. It might.
Cheppy now looking for the flip reset off the ceiling. Not going to happen for him that time as Noosh is able to move it out into the corner here. Looks for an opportunity to pass it over to Jinja Ninja out to midfield here. Keeps it collected though, now back with F2 Kansan. The dribble, the defeat. Noosh try to take it on.
And now an opportunity here for the boys as they have this one deep into the territory of F2 Kansan. And now Noosh with the touch is able to steal the ball away, going off the backboard. And a miss coming off from the defense as now Noosh has an opportunity. Brings this one back low and will tap it right on in. The boys, once again, with a 2-goal lead.
Hello? Excuse me? Noosh, look at this little ground pinch here. Just finds the opportunity. The fake right there. Thought everybody bought into the fact that he was going to attack that ball in the air. Instead, decides to wait, drops it down underneath everybody, and taps it home to make it a 3-1 lead.
Oh yeah, that's finesse at its finest. As now you can see Cheppy trying to get on the board again for F2 Kansan, but a little bit of a difficulty here. The boys, pretty talented on the defensive side, as well as the offensive, as now they're giving quite a challenge here in the midfield, and Nazija just can't get that one to go.
Yeah, unfortunately unable to kickstart their attack here, and they certainly need a little bit of a kickstart here. Minute and 45 seconds still on the clock, so they have some time now, but they need 2 goals to overcome to just get on level pegging here, and they need 3 to win it as things stand right now to force game number 3. We have not seen a game 3 yet here on stream. Could it happen with F2 Kansan? They certainly hope so.
Yeah, they're trying. I mean, they're not doing bad, but off that pinch is just nearly off the mark. The follow-up touch is on, but it doesn't go in. Ginger Ninja there with the save.
Yeah, good save that time. And able to read the ball as it came off the backboard that time. Just over a minute remaining now. Cheppy trying to find some cohesiveness with Nazija. Ken Nazija, he's got the demo, but the ball just a little too far in front of him there. Not able to put it home.
Yep, not quite. Meanwhile, you got Nazija taking this one out from the corner, looking to get something to go. And, you know, this has been pretty fast-paced for the most part, but the boys, they have such good control that they're able to really turn things around and turn the pace from being extraordinarily fast to extraordinarily slow. And we've seen that's how they've gotten a lot of their goals. They're kind of throwing change-ups at F2 Kansan.
They are, yeah. They're doing a really good job of just varying that attack there and allowing themselves different angles of opportunity to find ways to just find little holes, just little cracks in the defense of F2 Kansan. And when they're able to find those, they're able to exploit it with such speed and ferocity. And that's how they've been able to attain this sort of lead right now. As we head into the final few seconds, it doesn't look like that F2 Kansan are going to be able to come back. It's going to be game, set, match. The boys move on in the upper bracket.
Yep, that they do, and this is going to be another team we have to keep our eyes on. You got to keep in mind, we've already seen some great teams, all of which have at least moved forward, you know, going into that upper bracket and, you know, looking to find their way into the winners finals. But, you know, we've already got to see some Supersonic legends. We've gotten to see some grand champs, and, you know, eventually they're going to be meeting up in this upper bracket, and it's going to be interesting to see who is going to come out on top. But with that being said, we're also getting a brawl happening in the lower bracket as well. You got to keep in mind, there's been a lot of talent that have just fallen shy of a couple of goals, and now they're battling out in the lower bracket. So the further we keep getting on into this bracket, the more intense things are going to get.
Yeah, I think, you know, that lower bracket, you're absolutely right. That's going to be a big fight there. You know, we're going to start seeing F2 Kansan is in there. USAFA White is in there. You know, we're going to start seeing some of those heavy hitters, those that, you know, got bumped out in the upper bracket. We're going to start seeing them really put the hurt, you know, on each other there when it becomes much more do or die for them. However, you know, on the flip side of things, you know, you're looking at round 4, and you know, you're looking at, you know, possibly a chance here for the boys. They just got one more opponent in front of them before they head to the grand finals. So you're looking at the upper bracket final there possibly for them.
Yeah, and you know, that upper bracket run is, you know, it's worth it, because you got to keep in mind, if you can just make it to the grands and, you know, you win out in the upper finals, then you're guaranteed a bracket reset. At least that's my line of thinking. So that means if you make it to the grand finals in a double elim, the team coming from the lower bracket is going to have to beat you twice. So it's always good to have that extra insurance.
Yeah, so they have to win, you know, 2 different matches there. So if you lose one match, then you get that, what you say, that bracket reset. It's going to flip on, and now everyone has had at least one loss, and then it kind of becomes, you know, finito, that, you know, grand final, that bracket reset. And when that happens, it's always special, because, you know, oh, that lower bracket run player, you know, team, they're on a hot run right here now. That's when it gets really juicy. But that's, you know, a lot of conjecture. We don't know if that's going to happen. We don't even know who we're going to be interviewing yet. But I'll tell you what, we'll take a quick break, and we're going to find out, and you'll find out as well. So stick around. JT Displays alongside Captain Ahsoka here, and we've got ourselves the Ginger Ninja. Welcome in here, Ginger Ninja from The Boys. Now, is that a reference to the hit Amazon show?
Yeah, so my buddy brought in some G Fuel, and The Boys is the flavor. So we decided, that's what we're fueling up on. So that's going to be our team name today.
Dig it.
Well, I mean, went off pretty good. I mean, your team is doing fantastic. I don't know what you're drinking on, what you're sipping on, but it's got to be pretty decent. I mean, y'all are playing absolutely fantastic. And, we got to see some great shots as well. So, and again, we did get to see that Season 7 GC title. So I can only imagine that you and Noosh have been playing for a very long time.
Yeah, I've been playing for about 6 years now. Been playing with him for 4 or 5. So got some good team chemistry. Works out really well. So. It's the first tournament I played in with him, so we'll see how we can do the rest of the way.
Certainly, that's always a question there. And of course, I think that the event's certainly doing pretty well for you. Obviously, first time you guys have had this event here on base. And how long have you been here at Peterson Base?
So I'm actually about 30 minutes north at the Air Force Academy. I'm an instructor there. Oh. So not on Peterson, but I got here about a year ago, last summer. So.
Very cool. What do you instruct over there at the Air Force Academy?
I'm a phys ed teacher. I'm the assistant boxing coach, and I teach some combatives as well. So hand-to-hand combat. So it's pretty awesome job. I'm loving it.
I mean, it sounds pretty awesome. And you know what? I got to tell you, I think that your team, the boys, need to bring some of that physical play into your Rocket League play. Because I got to be honest, y'all played phenomenal, but I need to see more explosions. I need to see more boom booms. So again, do you consider you and your teammate physical players? Are y'all a physical team, or are y'all mostly focused on mechanics?
So I'm definitely more of a physical player, where he's more of the mechanical one. So in our last match, game 2 especially, I came out and I was just bumping left and right, and we took a big lead in game 2 so that we could come back and win game 3 and pull off that series. So it's just situationally dependent, I think, depending on who we're playing. But yeah, I'm definitely more the violent one.
Hey, we love it. Keep that energy. We love seeing physical chippy play out on the Rocket League pitch there. And you guys were one win away from the grand finals, right? You're booked into it for the upper bracket finals there. Who are coming in there? We're not sure exactly who your opponent is, but is there anyone out there that I don't want to say scared of, but you're certainly hey, we're keenly aware of your capabilities and we've got a close eye on you.
We played USAFA Blue during the qualifiers, and we know how good they are. So we're trying to coordinate our strategy and figure out so we can reapproach that situation. We actually had them in the first round of the qualifier tournament, our first game.
So you guys do say USAFA then?
Say that again?
You guys do say USAFA then?
Yeah, USAFA. So it's just short.
Thank you. I was literally saying it earlier. I was like, am I the only one? I was like, am I weird? Is Captain capping right now? Am I the only one who's thinking like USAFA? I am so glad you see. And then somebody was giving me grief over it.
Well, I'm glad I could set the record straight. I'm not choosing sides, but.
Ginger Ninja, the captain himself, thank you so much for joining us on this illuminating interview here. We're going to cut to break,
Thanks,
and
guys.
so some of us can recoup some of our ego, and we'll see you guys right back here. Let you guys get back to practicing here, and we'll have more Rocket League for you folks right here on twitch.tv/Unified Live.
Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Space Base Delta inaugural Game On here on twitch.tv/unified live. JT displays alongside the one, the only Captain Ahsoka.
Yeah, that's right. And we are getting ready to head into some more Rocket League, and we've already gotten to see some great Rocket League. We truly have. And not to mention, we just got to see the boys play as they are moving on in the winners bracket. And with that being said, they have an opportunity to win out winners finals. And now we are heading into our next matchup here to see who will be able to stay alive. As now we can see the Bucket Brigadiers taking on USAFA Blue.
Yeah, this is our final best of 3 here on the stream, as the winner of this one will go on to face the boys as USAFA Blue and Bucket Brigadiers. Both teams look very dominant in their wins that we saw on stream here, but we'll see which one's medal gets put to the test here. Obviously, you've got the collegiate pros, so to speak, on the USAFA Blue side with Rege and Chowder. But Bucket Brigadiers, they're no pushovers either. They got Maya, of course, who was looking so good in their first matchup there, along with BDBR.
Yeah, and so far, so good. And you got to remember, Maya was one of those players that I'm going to be keeping my eye on for sure. Watching them play the first time around was truly impressive. But now it looks like they have a little bit of competition here with USAFA Blue, as now Maya looks to try and get the first goal of game number 1 with that bump, trying to clear the way, but the recovery from Ray J is on point.
Yeah, good little recovery that time, kept it out of the net, and now Chowder, see what we can do off the ceiling here, collects a little bit of boost here, has got all the boost to play with in the world here. Now look to see something nutty. The flip reset not there, but the goal is, and it's 1-0 USAFA Blue.
Yeah, and this was so cheeky. And I talk about this all the time. The question is, what is more dangerous about the flip reset? Is it the flip reset itself, or is it the threat of the flip reset? Because they didn't even go for it. They didn't even hit it. But the mind game, the intimidation, allowed them to find the gap in the defense.
Absolutely. Those mind games have already begun early on here in game number 1. Have an opportunity to see who is able to have the mental fortitude to break the will of their opponents here in the next 3 minutes of game 1. Chowder in the offensive quarter here, looking to try to press the attack as BDBR has to battle him back out to midfield, but Ray J's right there to put pressure on Maya, who does a really good job of pushing it back into the blue half of the field.
Yep, here comes Ray J again, back in towards the mid, and right now the Bucket Brigaders kind of getting in each other's way a little bit. They're going to have to spread the field out just a wee bit more, and you can see already they're starting to give each other a little bit more space. I think they even recognized that they were kind of tripping over their shoelaces there on that last attempt.
Yeah, and that's all about the communication with your teammate there. You got to make sure you're aware of where your teammate is at all times there, and being able to make sure that you're giving them the space they need. Now, Maya, a little bit interesting there, took both boosts on the way back to base. Sometimes that can be advantageous for you, but if your teammate's also following you and not, going to the opposite side of the field there, you could be taking boost away from your teammate in situations like that.
And now back out to the corner we go, and you can see Chowder now has a full tank of boost to work with here. He's going to be taking this one from corner to corner into the Bucket Brigaders territory, but that shot will go right on in, and now USAFA Blue have a 2-goal cushion.
Yeah, Chowder, beautiful shot here from the corner, finds the angle there, and nobody's back home to defend there. BDBR is the closest defender to it there, but now it's 2-0 for USAFA Blue with just under 2 minutes remaining here. Certainly, that 2-goal lead, the most dangerous lead in esports, folks, because it's the lead that can quickly evaporate if you are not careful.
Absolutely, and now take a look at this. It is the Bucket Brigaders to try and slow things down. Maya tried to toss it up to themselves up on all the wall, but can't really get much to go. As again, you can see the Brigaders are really finding themselves all over the goal, but just cannot seem to finish.
Yeah, Maya able to match the offensive prowess of Chowder there with their defensive fortitude. And so you'll see, those two top prospects battling 1v1 a little bit here at times. And that's, I think, one of the most exciting things about, 2v2s is that you get to see, the best player on one team versus the best player on the other team there. And sometimes there's teams where it's hard to determine who's really the best player here. But I think right now, kind of like the ace in the hole of both these two teams, it's Maya and Chowder.
Well, so far so good for USAFA Blue. They're still up 2-0, less than a minute to go. Maya and company from the Bucket Brigade are still trying to find their first goal here. Maya going up high again, gets the flip reset, gets the double touch, but not only is off the mark, but now Chowder will be taking it the other way, looking for the fast break, but they too are off the mark.
Oh, I was looking for the Doomsy dish there. I respect the hustle, though. See, that's what you love to see, a good old classic throwback like that. C'est la vie. Remains, though, with a 2-goal lead. It's a good way to kill time off the clock as it continue to apply pressure on the back line of your opponents as they look to kill off this clock in game number 1 here. 15 seconds remaining, and it looks like USAFA Blue should take game 1.
And it was definitely looking that way as the final few seconds begin to tick away. And now this one is going up high, back towards the mid, and off the backboard it goes. And there it goes no more. It will be USAFA Blue to take game 1.
Yeah, USAFA Blue looking pretty strong there again, and it was off the efforts of Chowder there. Ray J doing a really good job feeding his teammate, making sure that Chowder stays well fed there. So certainly cooking up something special here in this winner's bracket, one step closer to that winner's finals.
Yeah, and they're doing really good right now, and not just saying that they're performing well on offense. They're doing well on defense as well. We saw a couple of hiccups. Going both ways. They had a couple of little errors, very minute, but at the same time, you're looking at USAFA Blue, and right now it just feels like their communication is on point because it's very rare that you see one or the other get in each other's way.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job making sure that they're giving each other the space that's due, not really overcommitting offensively to give themselves too much of a gap to kind of cover on the backside there. BDBR there trying to send that one in from Maya. Maya wasn't able to track it down before the defense got there. Maya trying to do it themselves this time, so you see some early pressure here from Bucket Brigadiers. They're going to need to continue that pressure there if they want to score some goals, but getting all bunched up in the corner there is so dangerous, especially when you're on defense.
And now the Bucket Brigadiers have an opportunity here, but they don't have a lot of boost to work with. You can see Maya going to try and get the follow-up shot and the dunk, but it is just off the mark, and unfortunately, BD was not able to follow up with the shot. It goes off the sidebar now. Ray J taking this one the other way. Open that opportunity. Where's Chowder?
Chowder was nowhere to be seen in time. The defense had an opportunity to regroup themselves after what was a sitter waiting to just be put in the back of the net there. So the defense got away with one that time, but if you're USAFA Blue there, you don't want to see that happen again. You want to make sure you're a little more clinical with your timings and making sure you get on that when those opportunities arrive. As it stands, 3.5 minutes remaining. We're still scoreless here in game number 2, so defense stepping up pretty big so far for Bucket Brigadiers. Now, if they can just find a way to get the ball in the back of the net.
Look at those wave dashes on the wall. I'm sorry, that is just so much fun to watch. Mostly because I can't do it, okay? I've never been able to figure that out, but watching that player do it, so much fun. And speaking of, how about Chowder being able to find the back of the net for the first time here in Game 2?
Yeah, Maya there showed the technical prowess there, but it's Chowder that finds the goal-scoring prowess, which, if you're just asking me, I'm going to take the goal scorer over the highly technical play any day of the week there, just because I tend to know that whenever my team scores goals, my team tends to win. Like, if you score more goals than your opponent, it's a lot easier to win.
Yeah, I think that is, pretty accurate. I mean, I'll keep it a $150. I cannot find any fault with that. But meanwhile, you do have Maya once again trying to take control, but they don't have any boost. And we have seen Maya being able to do a whole lot of fancy wheel work, I guess, with the ball. But unfortunately, they've just been getting boost starved time and time again by USAFA Blue.
Yeah, Chowder's doing a really good job of putting pressure on that back line. It's not just putting that ball near the net, making it dangerous, but also just making sure putting yourself in a dangerous situation where you can steal boost like they just did now, making sure that your opponents don't have as much boost to work with, and then they just kind of run out of steam, and then with you having that boost advantage, you can jump in there and kind of attack. So there's different ways to play that game on a mental level there, and that's just one of those more ruthless maneuvers, I think.
Yeah, but right now the Brigaders have a better time than any, because you got to keep in mind, around this time in game number 1, they were down 2 goals, and now they're only down 1. A beautiful flip reset from Maya, just barely off the mark there. And I got to tell you, we're going to need to see more passing plays, more team plays coming from the Brigaders if they're going to want to try and take a game off of USAFA Blue.
Absolutely. They're going to have to be keen on that. As it stands right now, though, they are still down 2 goals now as Ray J is able to get on the score sheet.
Yep, that they are. And again, Maya just trying to recover, couldn't make it back in time, and was just off the target, trying to get that clear, and it left a wide open net there for Rajai Ray J, as they do find the back of the net, giving USAFA Blue again another 2-goal cushion.
Yeah, and USAFA Blue, minute and a half remaining until they can say they are in the winners finals, which will be a best of 5. So then we will really start getting into the meat and potatoes of this tournament here. But they gotta finish this one out, as Bucket Brigadiers are gonna start throwing buckets at them, and those buckets are gonna be full of goal scoring opportunities.
Yeah, speaking of, they nearly had one there, but it gets saved and cleared away by Chowder. And now the ball's going to be headed the other way. BDBR is able to get back just in time. But unfortunately, they're not going to have a lot of time left to try and find 2 goals. Only 45 seconds remaining.
Yeah, only a few more seconds on that clock there. 40 seconds. Can they maintain this pressure here? Maya has to get past one out to midfield here. Cannot get past Chowder, who's been everywhere for his team when it matters most, has come up clutch.
And now take a look at this. You can see Maya having an opportunity, probably one of the last opportunities, as it does get denied by Chowder. And Chowder now with a fast break, going the other way, wide open net, no problem here. USAFA Blue go up 3.
Yeah, another one here. And who else but the man they call Chowder? Not from the Northeast, not a Cartoon Network reference, just Chowder. He just likes the stuff. And you know what? We like the stuff that he's throwing out on the field, because it's leading his team to a victory.
You know, I don't think I've ever had Chowder, actually. You know, I'm from New Orleans, you know, so we have a lot of gumbo. And, you know, I'm pretty sure we do have clam chowder down here, or, you know, some form of chowder. But I personally have never had it, or never had it. Meanwhile, USAFA Blue, they have plenty of it.
Yeah, they had all the chowder they can handle, and then some, as they are able to knock out their opponents from the upper bracket there, and Bucket Brigadiers will have to be chasing those buckets down in the lower bracket, where the lower bracket is looking like it's got some, I mean, it's got heavy hitters. You know, you got F2 Kansan, you got first rounders, you got USAFA White, and now they're going to take on Bucket Brigadiers as well. But USAFA Blue, hey, now you get the boys to contend with in the upper finals.
And you got to keep in mind, whoever wins that one is going to be able to go to the Grands and have that bracket reset and play. So a lot on the line for those 2 teams, as whoever takes that dub is going to have a nice break while everyone else has to battle it out in the lower bracket.
And that's a great break to our segue to this break. We're going to be right back when we have that, folks. Another interview with somebody from USAFA Blue. Do not be going anywhere. This is twitch.tv/Unified Live, watching the Space-Based Delta One inaugural GameCon. And hello, folks. Welcome back. JT Displays, Captain Sokum, alongside one of the victors of our previous match, Ray J. Ray J, how are you doing today?
I'm doing immaculate.
Immaculate.
Yeah, and you know what? I got to tell you, you were playing immaculate because y'all popped off in a major way. Y'all did fantastic. And you know what? We got to see a good amount of display of some of your mechanical prowess as well as your teammate Chowder. And you know what? I got to ask you, when you were going in that last matchup, did you think that y'all were going to be able to pull away with a 2-0 sweep? Because I got to say, it got kind of close in some of those games.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, we were like, we're going to definitely do the best we can. We didn't expect it to be a sweep, but we were definitely able to recognize, like, Maya has the mechanics, and we just needed to focus on him. And because we were able to, I felt like we were able to really capitalize on that and take those 2 games.
Awesome. Yeah, it seemed like you were doing a really good job of isolating Maya out there, and now they're going to have to battle out in the lower bracket. Meanwhile, y'all have punched your ticket to the upper bracket finals there, where you're going to be facing off against a teacher from the Air Force Academy there. Tell me, how does it feel knowing that the Air Force Academy has kind of come in here at the Space Force base GameCon and it's kind of taken over this upper bracket here in Rocket League? How does that feel to you?
Well, I mean, it's just, we feel very lucky to even be here in the first place. I mean, this is our first like in-person tournament for the Rocket League team down at the Air Force Academy, so we're just super grateful for this opportunity, and we've shown we've got some good competition, so we just want to go as far as we can.
Well, I mean, you're almost there. I mean, you got literally one more game, and then you make it to Grands. But I got to ask you, you're going up against the boys next. How are you feeling going up against this team? Do you think you can take them?
Oh, it's all about that confidence. I'm feeling super great right now. Me personally, I feel like our last match was definitely something that was a little scary going into it, but once you get into it, you press start, 3, 2, 1, go, and everything kind of clears away. So I'm just hoping that while the next team is a little, scary, I just feel like we can really just pull it off.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a battle there, though. I do want to, always curious about, the folks that are from the Air Force Academy there. What are you studying? Like, are you freshman, sophomore? What are you majoring in?
Oh, so I'm a senior, rising senior, and my major is systems engineering.
Okay. So a lot of those communications and making sure that everyone's able to effectively communicate. So no wonder you're doing well at Rocket League, because you're able to communicate effectively with your teammate.
And again, we have just seen so much talent here today, and we already know you're going up against the boys, and you've managed to actually come up and surpass a lot of the talent so far. But I got to ask you, who besides the boys do you think is probably the most threatening to look out for right now?
Oh, it's definitely got to be our own Yusafa Wyatt. I mean, in the qualifiers, that was the 2 teams to make it to the very end. So I'm hoping to beat my own teammates and show them who's the boss around here.
Absolutely. Well, clearly the United States Air Force Academy, whether it be the students or the teachers there, are all looking to make a name for themselves here in this Space Force Rocket League tournament here. Show that the cadets certainly know a thing or two that they can teach the Space Force there. So thank you so much, Ray J, for joining us here for this interview. Hope you have best of luck in that winners final. We'll let you get back to practicing for that there. But thank you for joining us as we will take another quick break, folks. When we come back, more Rocket League as we're getting down to the pointy end of this tournament right here on twitch.tv/Unified Live. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Space Force Delta 1 inaugural GameCon. JT Displays alongside Captain Soko right over there. And we got ourselves a winner's final here.
That we do. We don't have just any final, okay? This is the winner's final. These two teams are currently undefeated, and they made it all the way through the winner's bracket to find themselves here. Now, the winner of this will be moving on into the grand finals with the luxury of having that bracket reset and play. And not only that, but some massive bragging rights. I mean, you literally have an instructor from the academy going up against one of the academy's teams.
Yeah, it's a little bit of like a Kenpachi versus Naruto situation there, or maybe like a Jiraiya versus Naruto situation there, or like the student will the students become the master, or will the old goats still have some tricks up their sleeves? That's the biggest question there. As you take a look at that bracket there, you see that down lower in the losers bracket there, F2 Kanzen will wait the victor of Bucket Brigadiers versus Usafa White there. So certainly a very spicy lower bracket as well, and we'll get a chance to view that later on in the stream. But for now, we're focusing right now on that winner's bracket there, because again, you go to that winner's bracket, you get a nice little chance to relax and wait for your opponent to come reach you if you beat your opponent here.
Yeah, and then not to mention, you also get the in-between time to watch your opponents play. So you get to do a little extra homework. You get to study up on your opponent, and you get to see how they play under pressure, because there's nothing more monumental. There's no more amount of pressure you can get than being in the lower bracket finals, because you have literally just gone down to having only one loss remaining and then trying to make it into the grands. So again, you really get to have an opportunity to watch your opponents play in the most tense scenario possible. But without further ado, we're going to be heading now into the winners finals between the boys in Usafa Blue.
Absolutely, and of course this is now a best of 5 matchup, folks, so we are guaranteed game 3 at a minimum here. So a little bit more of a mental fatigue and physical fatigue involved in these best of 5s here. And I think, the best of 5 is probably one of my favorite type of bits of competition there, when you get down to 5 games and have to win 3 out of the 5.
Oh yeah, I mean, the best of 5 is literally the standard for competitive Rocket League. This is where you're going to spend the majority of your time in competitive Rocket League. It's going to be in that best of 5 setting. And, so far, nearly a minute gone and nobody able to find a goal yet. Still scoreless here as Noosh tries to get it to go, but they don't have a lot of boost in the tank to try and make that happen. Chowder now tries to take a turn on the offensive.
Yeah, Chowder not able to get around Noosh that time, as Jinja Ninja, stout defensively here, waits the turn and is able to put it back here. And again, these teams so competitive here, so well matched as well, very even keeled, not showing a lot to their opponents here. And we're not seeing a whole lot of goals, and I think that's a testament to how good they are defensively on either side of the ball.
Yeah, now, once again, you will see Usafa Blue trying to slow down the pace of the game a little bit. And remember, the boys were really good at that as well. But Chowder able to slow down the pace and take advantage of the confusion. Both players facing the wrong way, and Chowder with a beautiful dunk to put that one on and in and getting the first goal here of game 1.
Yeah, Chowder there. Good little, bit of muscle maneuver there. As muscly as a C-130 Herc there. Able to find his way to the back of the net.
Noosh now trying to take control, but unfortunately is going to get sent right to the scrap heap off of that demo from Ray J. And now Chowder trying to take this one the other way, but now things are getting a little bit more physical. We're in the winners finals now. If you're going to be breaking out the bumps and the demos, now's the time to do it.
Yeah, you love a good physical play here. It gets nice and chippy there. Both teams not willing to give an inch. You see if Noosh can be like a C-17 Globe Master and take it from one end of the field to the other end of the field.
Yeah, take a look at this. Ray J going to be going up high. I mean, there's really not much doing there. You're going off the backboard. It does get cleared out back down and towards the side, and Chowder gets beat to the ball as Noosh is going to be taking this one the other way right at 2 minutes and 30. A scoring opportunity is there, but it will be denied.
A good denial there by the defense Chowder trying to collect it to get it out in midfield. Almost a shot on goal there. Oh, it was a shot on goal, just almost in the back of the net. The post just a little too strong for the Jinja Ninja, excuse me, as Ray J able to dunk it into the orange half of the field here. This is a dangerous situation here, and Chowder had to come up big there. Otherwise, Noosh could have evened the score just then.
It's absolutely insane to me that it's been 1-0 this entire time. You got to keep in mind, up until this point, we've had some decently high-scoring games, but here in the winners finals, literally only one goal has been scored, and we're down underneath the 2-minute mark now, so only 1:45 to go, and the boys still scoreless, but it will be Noosh to break the mold and finally get the first goal for the boys.
Noosh finding the back of the net there. Beautiful redirect off the pass from Jinja Ninja. And now it is carte blanche, 1-1, as the boys have tied it up.
I'm telling you, it's that Season 7 player banner. It's just better. It makes you better. You know, you get the dubs if you have that banner. I should know. I have it myself. And, you know,
You get dubs?
I got... No, but they do. And so does Chowder. Chowder doesn't have the banner, but they do have another goal on the board.
Chowder there. They got that Supersonic Legend title, so you know that's something that's not nothing to snip at there. As Usafa Blue there now with the lead, avantage Usafa Blue 2-1 here. 1.5 minutes still to play here, so it's not like it's desperation mode yet for the boys, but they certainly have to be sitting a little bit more uncomfortably in their seats as they are now chasing the game once again.
Yeah, and Usafa Blue has just been doing a really good job of maintaining their presence at that midfield line and trying to really suffocate the boys inside of their own half. And it's because they're patrolling so much of the midfield, they're able to get a lot of that boost. But Noosh now able to break free from the midfield and find an opening to tie this game back on up.
Yeah, from one end of the pitch to the other like a C-17, able to take it all the way to the end of the goal and tie us up here. Noosh is on one right now. I love seeing that sort of confidence kind of blossom here in the winners final.
And you see, you're calling out these names for what I assume is just different aircrafts, and all I can keep thinking of is bingo. You're talking about, like, you know, I-17, C-17, and then all of a sudden Chowder is able to find their third goal of the game, and there you have it. They once again will have a 1-goal lead.
They got themselves a hat trick there, and Usafa Blue retakes the lead here. And come on, it's the Air Force Academy. You got to, you know, sprinkle a few, you know, those Air Force planes and other such
yeah,
aircraft.
I should have studied up. I should have did my homework before coming to the Air Force Game Con, so that way I can know my aircraft and be able to rightfully use them in a sentence, because these are all going over my head. But at the same time, isn't that what they're designed to do? Go over your head?
I mean, as long as you're not wearing the black Air Force Ones, I think we can all call it a draw, right?
All bad jokes aside, Chowder is not going to be joking here. They're able to take it from one side of the pitch to the other and find yet another goal here for Usafa Blue.
Yeah, that's what you call some absolute air superiority from Chowder, acting like an F-22 Raptor there.
Bingo! No, I'm kidding. I'm sorry. Oh, okay, now I'm done with the bad jokes. I promise I'm done with the bad jokes. As you can see, that will be a demolition, clearing the way for Usafa Blue now. And we'll return a demo of their own open net opportunity, but this one goes just wide, and the shot is off target. But you know what? I don't think Usafa Blue needed it anyway. That will do it. Game number 1 going the way of the United States Air Force Academy.
And it couldn't have been done without the tour de force that was Chowder out there, just acting, you know, on another level. They're just ascending to the challenge of the boys.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, it was a lot of aggression coming from both sides. I'm not going to lie. That's felt like a lot of fire being fought with more fire. I mean, you're trying to wonder who's going to get the aggression the most, you know, where the shot count is going to go. But it was pretty even. Don't get me wrong. It was a 2-goal difference, but the stat lines were so closer than that. Like, you really wouldn't tell that it was a 2-goal difference just on how even the stats were at the end of the day. And it was mostly offensive. You know, we did get to see a couple of saves, but I mean, how many demolitions, how many bumps. How many shots on target? There was just so much offense coming from both sides in game 1. Let's see if they can carry it on now into game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if that offensive firepower is legitimate or if it's more like the Israeli fighter that won the 6-Day War, just a mirage.
Ginger Ninja was able to get up there in time to get the first save of game number 1. And they accidentally bumped their teammate on the wall, but Noosh still able to recover. That is impressive.
Yeah, good defensive standing there by the boys, but here comes Chowder with the dribble, but Noosh unfazed. I love seeing that there as the boys, danger situation off the lip of the wall there, popped up for Ginger Ninja, but Chowder read that one like a book.
Yep, that they did. Look at Chowder now. Gets boost stars at the mid, but that doesn't even stop him. 0 boost in the tank, no problem. They still get the touch, and now going the other way. Finally, Chowder able to clear this one out, and no one is back. And finally, Noosh is going to recover, but they don't get the touch on the ball. And Ray J sends that one in.
Oh, man. So close here for Noosh, but just a tactical misstep there. Getting caught up on the corner of the goal. I hate it when that happens to me, and Ray J is the fortunate, the gift, essentially, to Ray J.
And now take a look at Noosh. They're trying to find the back of the net there, but will be denied by Ray J. Ray J getting the only goal so far here in game 2, and then also able to find themselves on the defensive scoreboard as well, getting another save. Ray J now tries to find another, but will get bumped far in, clear away from the goal.
You know, I gave myself the perfect lead up for the fortunate son joke there. That was a perfect layup there, and see, you're not the only one fumbling today, so we're all good.
We'll take a look at this here. You got Yusafa Blue gonna be unable to get the save in the recovery, as it will be Noosh off of the pass from the backboard to take an open shot here. And now we have ourselves a tie ball game.
Absolutely. 3:14 left to play in game 2. Usafa Blue not wanting to drop a game here, but the boys are not ones to be deterred either, as they are looking to try now on level footing. Can they be there for long? No, says Ray J, as that is a deuce for him here in this game.
Look at this follow-up bump. First of all, they get the touch, and then they just literally slam into Ginger Ninja. That was, I don't even know if that was calculated or not, but it was perfect, giving Yusafa Blue now a 1-goal lead.
Hey, listen, I'll take lucky over calculated any day of the week there. You know, you don't have to be good, just lucky sometimes to win. And Ray J, probably both, let's be honest. I mean, they're probably both good and lucky. And if you're both of those, you know, that tends to lend itself to a modicum of success.
Yeah, well, let's see if Yusafa Blue can find even more. Chowder finds more success for Yusafa Blue, as they will now get themselves a 2-goal lead.
Yeah, and Chowder here, just a simple touch off that corner there, and able to put it in the place where Noosh just has a little more difficulty making that save there. And now it's 3-1 here. The boys, they got to come up with something, dig deep here, and try to find something here, as they are in danger of letting game number 2 get out of their control. But Noosh steps up to the plate and swings.
What is happening right now? Game number 1 was such a low-scoring game in comparison. I mean, here in game 2, there's 5 goals on the board, and we haven't even hit halftime yet.
You fell for the classic misconception there of game number 2's. Game number 2's very rarely look the same way as game number 1's. I always like to say, it's always, you know, if game 1 was a barn burner, game 2 is going to be a defensive battle, and vice versa. Game 1, a little bit of a like cagey affair here, but now they're just kind of like letting the valves fly open there and just go free-flowing attack here in game 2. We still have over 2 minutes still left on the clock here. Ray J's looking for another one there, but got steered out beyond into the corner.
Yeah, not much doing, but now look at Ginger Ninja. They're trying to catch Yusafa Blue out in mid-rotation, but they really can't get there in time. I mean, they didn't have a lot of boost in the tank, and there wasn't a lot of pressure there. It gave a lot of time for Yusafa to recover, and now this one goes a little bit too far wide, and I'm not sure if they're able to cut it. No, it just not on the money, as that one will be cleared out by Chowder.
Good clear out there by Chowder. Now Noosh waiting for an opportunity to try to defend the net, but here comes Ginger Ninja to pop it over to the other side of midfield there. Allows the team to kind of breathe a sigh of relief there defensively because they were under some heavy pressure. Now Noosh, no boost to speak of, but a lot of guts and moxie and a little determination, a little bit of tactical wizardry there. But it's well thought out there as Ray J stuffs the attack.
And that they do, and now you can see Noosh out back towards the side, but no boost. Noosh has been getting boost starved a lot in this game, and you know it's unfortunate because they've had a couple of opportunities, but every time they find themselves in opening, they're just too low in boost. And now you can see a big demo. Shoulda, woulda, coulda opened up an opportunity for the boys, but the ball gets cleared out.
Yeah, well, I think what you're noticing, like both of them are just trying to be considerate of each other's boost on teammates there. I think if Noosh is kind of that hot hand there, maybe try to feed him a little bit here in this game, and allow him to take that boost. Allow yourself to be a little more selfish if you do have that hot hand. You see, Chowder likes to be selfish all the time, takes all the shots, and almost pulled that one off there, but ultimately up with Cul-de-sac after a great save. Final 30 seconds. Ray J and Chowder trying to hold on to this tenuous 1-goal lead here in game 2.
Yeah, and Ray J being an absolute bruiser, they were just bumping and demoing the whole game, and then literally just took one of the players from the boys and bumped them all the way into the corner. And now you can see Chowder getting bumped too. Ginger Ninja said they were a little bit of a physical bully, and they're bullying Chowder as this huge touch going the other way can tie the game, and it will. 3-3 with only 2 seconds left on the clock.
Man, what a nice counter punch there by Ginger Ninja, the physical teacher there who knows how to grapple, knows a few submission techniques there. Can he utilize that knowledge to force the Safa Blue into a submission hold here in the end of game number 2 and try to force at least game 4, where he's going to force overtime if nothing else?
Well, here we go. Our first OT of the day, and it's in game 2 of the winners finals. Chowder now gonna try and end this one quickly, taking it up towards the side, back down towards the mid, but not much doing there. The defense from the boys too strong.
Yeah, it feels like these two teams were just kind of itching and waiting to get at each other there so they can unleash the full fury of their attack. Noosh puts it home, and we have a guaranteed game 4 as the boys take game number 2.
Yep, that they do, and now the series 1-1 tied as the boys answer back in OT. And now you see OT is a completely different game in my opinion. You know, I've said it before and I'll say it again, and if I'm capping, say captain's capping, but you got some teams that are simply overtime teams, and then you have some teams that are not. So now that we've seen the boys get their overtime win, I think it's in the best interest, say of a Safa Blue to try and avoid another overtime with the boys.
Hey, yeah, listen, you can't have the same sort of overtime, result happen if you never get to overtime. That's that's some pretty simple math right there. Even though I'm not the mathematician in the family, but certainly the math looked pretty good there for the boys as they stay alive and now have wiped the series from being a best of 5. Now it's a best of 3 essentially. We're back to being the best of 3 here, but both sides have taken their licks and taken their fights against each other here. Now it's a matter of like, hey, you kind of reset the bracket here, so to speak. Here, you've reset the match here. How do you come out swinging?
Well, let's find out as now we head into game 3. 5 minutes on the clock and already underway. As you can see, Ray J gets a nice little touchdown, but a little bit too slow. Ginger Ninja saves that one, no problem.
Is tracking back here is Chowder. Had no boost, had an opportunity there, but without the boost, it was a little hard for him to do anything at that stage of the game. Looked very dangerous, very threatening there, so he was just kind of staring at him threateningly, which sometimes is your best maneuver as an offender, as an attacker if you don't have any boost left.
They're just standing there, menacingly, and Chowder able to take this one all the way from their own corner into the back of the net, giving the first goal once again to Usafa Blue.
Yeah, good little touch from downtown, and Usafa Blue with a very familiar position now, the lead.
Yeah, but you got to be careful. Remember, they had the lead in game 2 as well, and we remember how that ended. Let's see if Usafa Blue can actually hold on to it this time around. And as you can see, Chowder now does get a full tank to work with. They're in the mid all by themselves. They can take it 2-0, Usafa Blue.
Yeah, Chowder now. I think, you know, a little bit of that Super Saiyan coming out right there as you see, oh, you punched me in the face. Haha, that's exactly what I wanted you to do. Now I can unleash my full power.
You fool, this isn't even my final form. It's again nerd brain. I can't help myself. Chowder though can't help themselves from scoring. Look, they're going again, and they will find the net again. 3-0 now for Usafa.
Yeah, I think that it does kind of feel a little bit like Rock Lee taking off those leg weights there for Chowder. It's like, oh, you made me bleed my own blood, you fool. And so I think we're going to see Chowder on a different level. I'm curious to know if they're able to sustain this sort of level here in this game.
I mean, if they could keep the attack up like this, then it's going to be no problem, because you got to keep in mind, as long as they're attacking, the boys can't play offense. USAFA literally strangleholding the boys right now inside of their own half. But the problem with that is that you still got 3 minutes and 30. That's plenty of time for the boys to try and make a comeback.
Yeah, the real question is, do they have any of that V in their system? And Noosh certainly seems to, as they've now popped off for a few goals in this series. And this is the first one here in game number 3.
And you also got to keep in mind, Noosh was the clutch factor there in game 2. So they can come in clutch again. This is a player they have to watch out for. Usafa Blue cannot take this lead for granted, or we might see ourselves in another overtime.
Yeah, you can take it for any other, hard, surfaced kitchen countertop, but not granite.
I'm trying to think, do I like the granite countertops more, or am I more of, I don't know, maybe I like the wood countertops a little bit more. I don't know. I'm trying to think.
Like, if you have petrified wood, sure, but like wood as itself as a countertop is too porous a material there. You got to really treat it very, do a lot of treatments on that when it comes to, like, for kitchens and whatnot.
I kind of like the rustic, I like the rustic kind of, what's the proper word I'm looking for? The rustic aesthetic.
You're talking about Modern Farmhouse? Yeah, that's you're millennial. It's all right. Meanwhile, Chowder, he doesn't care what you are. He's gonna keep scoring goals.
Yeah, that they are. Look at Chowder taking it by themselves. Also, shout out to our production for putting up the cooler meme. This isn't even my final form. And it's Chowder. Now, once again, there it is. And it's Chowder. It's Chowder from Cartoon. That's great. Just know that we are on top of our game here in production right now. As you can see, the boys trying to get on top of their game as we're past halftime and they're down 3 goals.
They are down 3 goals, but not out of it here. Again, this is only game number 3. They still got game 4 to decide things here. But Chowder wants to, treat this as the nail in the coffin. Meanwhile, all they're doing right now is just measuring and digging the grave currently. But they still have quite a ways to go for Ginger Ninja, and they can still come back into it. But Chowder gets denied by Ray J on the line. The savagery.
I mean, look at Chowder, just so speedy. At this point, it's a pace of play. Like, Chowder is just too fast, and it seems like the boys are just having a real hard time keeping up.
It does remind me of the time that I actually played with speed on my team on the subpar RLCS back in the day.
Yeah, I remember a time back in the Gap when I got into a match against Pirates and Noxus, and they absolutely destroyed me. And, I've been fans of theirs ever since.
It's always fun, when you get punched in the mouth. I was like, dang, you guys are good. Mad respect. And it's a very gamer thing to do. It's like, oh man, this dude absolutely laid the floor with me here. I'm his biggest fan now.
You want to hear something humiliating? I got into a match with JNaps and he was on my team and we lost, but JNaps was still kind enough to sign my profile afterward.
Yeah, Speed never signed mine, so I guess I can never proof that that actually happened. But I mean, Cole and you know, Stumpy can attest, I'm sure, at some point.
I actually got a couple of cool little signatures on my Steam profile. Meanwhile, Noosh is gonna put their signature on the goal, and look at the give and go right there from Jinja Ninja, literally just teeing off their teammate to find the opening, and now the boys, you know, they get another goal on the board.
Yeah, and I think that's a classic golf your friends type technique there, which is another fun game to play with friends. So you know, maybe that's their next venture here, is to turn Rocket League into golf your friends.
Yeah, maybe. You can see Ray J now going to be taking control. No boost to work with, though. Shouldn't be much of a threat going out and towards the corner. Now back up high. Just over 30 seconds left to go. And again, the 10-second rule still in play. It's still possible, just not very probable, especially with this USAFA offense.
Yeah, USAFA Blue is not feeling... I'd say that they're feeling all right. They're not feeling blue. But Noosh, that is a hat trick for Noosh, and suddenly they're kind of creeping into this one here. USAFA Blue, I think they have enough of a lead, but the boys are certainly not going down quietly here in Game 3.
I don't know, that 2-goal miracle has happened so many times in the past. If they can just get a nice kickoff, they can make it happen. And you can already see that it will be going the way of Ray J. They have a full tank of boost to work with. They just have to keep the ball out of the possession of the boys. And with the final few seconds ticking away, they are managing to keep this ball at bay. And with that being said, it should be the nail in the coffin. And it is. It will be USAFA Blue taking Game 2.
Oh, their second victory of the series for sure. Game number 3 in the books. Now we head to game number 4, the crux of the match. Already done and dusted there. Game 3. If you win Game 3 in a best of 5, I tend to find that you are more likely statistically to win the entire series. And so with USAFA Blue taking Game 3 there, it does lend the conventional thinking to believing that they have the advantage going into the rest of the series.
Yeah, I'll keep it $150. Like, I knew it was their second Game 1, and I knew it wasn't Game 2, but I just wanted to say USAFA Blue in Game 2. I wanted to rhyme, you know, a shameless rhyme there.
I mean, USAFA Blue lose in Game 2 also rhymes. It's more of a slant rhyme.
It doesn't sound as good, though. It makes me sad. I mean, not because like I'm cheering for one side or the other, but you don't want to hear about anybody losing. That's, you know, it's kind of a sad phase.
Not that I have any sort of favoritism, but USAFA Blue lose. I don't like that.
Hey, I'm sad also if the boys lose. You don't hear me saying at the end of the game, like, yeah, the boys just lost. No, you hear me say USAFA Blue win Game 2. That's what I said.
Here are the victors. Everyone else is a little more anonymous, as they say. Something about that in the history books.
There was actually, I think there's a rap verse that I'm going to get into in just a second, but Ray J able to find the first goal of USAFA Blue here in Game 4 now. There we go, I got it right that time. And yeah, that's going to be a 1-0 lead for USAFA Blue.
Absolutely, trying to write their own history book there. They don't need the Texas Board of Education to tell them what the script is. They're writing it themselves.
But yeah, the verse I was thinking of is that, you know, 2 is not the winner and 3 nobody remembers. So what does it take to be number 1?
As Ricky Bobby likes to say, if you ain't first, you're last.
This is also true. And speaking of Ricky Bobby, how about a little bit of shake and bake coming from Noosh, being able to make their way up the field off of this pass from Jinja Ninja, getting the fast break play to get the equalizer with just 31 seconds gone.
I love the team play like that, and that was a beautiful pass just laid out right in front of his teammate. Allows his teammate to kind of boost up into it there, accelerate to go get that pass and put it on the back of the net there. Help, too, that there's nobody back on defense to make that an empty net to look at.
And Ray J now going to be taking control. Not a lot of boost to work with, but they are on the attacking side. As you can see, Noosh now trying to take it out, but they don't have a lot of boost either. Chowder does put one on, but Jinja Ninja with the quick reflex is able to get that one out in time.
Yeah, good little pinch win there for Chowder. And now off the wall, looking for the window of the goal, but denied by the boys who are in the neighborhood.
Yeah, now they're knocking on the front door, but Chowder is there to get the save. And what kind of started as a high scoring endeavor, once again, we're slowing right back down again. The pace of play is just changing every single game we get into.
Absolutely. Now the ramp up for Noosh, the mighty Noosh. Booshes it in for another goal.
And you got to keep in mind right now, Usafa Blue, they're on series point. They're on match point. So if they take this dub, that means they're going to be moving on to grand. So the boys, they kind of have their backs up against the wall here in game 4.
Yeah, they do. Absolutely. And I think that this is some extra added motivation for them there. Ray J, he's got a goal here. He's looking for another one. Gets denied by Jinja Ninja with 3 minutes and 15 still to play in game number 4. Usafa Blue here. Very calm, collected, not allowing themselves to panic. They don't care if they don't have the lead right now here. It's what matters is the scoreboard when the clock hits triple zeros.
3 minutes left to go. Usafa Blue still down 1, but the boys could be sending this one all the way to a game 5. But Chowder now with the follow-up shot. Can't get it to go. Jinja Ninja again showing up strong on defense.
And wouldn't that be a treat for us to get game 5 as Jinja Ninja? Wow, what a howler to be given up there by Ray J, who just misses this one.
Yeah, Jinja Ninja, they're just better. That's what that was. They're just better.
Facts.
And here we go. Now a 2-goal cushion for the boys, and I think this is like their first 2-goal lead over Usafa Blue. And easy come, easy go. 2-goal lead for the boys is no mo. It will be Chowder being able to find this one off the wall and drags it all the way into the back of the net.
Honestly, it really just feels like, Chowder just has the boys on like one of those retractable leashes there. Just like anytime they get a little bit too far out ahead, he just clicks that little leash and makes sure that they're within striking distance whenever possible there. Usafa Blue still keeping it within 1 and keeping it 100 as Chowder's looking for another one.
Oh, please tell me Ray J stole that 100%.
He did steal that.
And you know what? Hey, I am one of the belief that you never steal your teammate's goal. As long as you're putting the goal in,
Bad
then
manners.
you know what? It's a team goal. But right there, I'll admit Ray J stole that.
Yeah, that's bad manners there. That's BM. That's you got to put out the toxic in the chat there. That's toxic behavior there. Can't have that in Rocket League. Got to get it out. Get it out. It's almost as bad as cross-checking your opponent into the ice there in the Stanley Cup Finals there. But meanwhile, yeah. At least the Vegas Knights already have 2-game wins. I
mean, I'll keep it a $150. Chowder doesn't need any more stats, right? I mean, they already got their stats. Let Ray J cook a little bit. Ray J, let them get their shot count and their goal count up there. So you know what? I ain't even mad at it. Chowder has been popping off nonstop, and you know what? I'm pretty sure that Chowder is gonna find another goal before this tournament is said and done with.
Oh, that was so close there for Noosh. As they are tied up here, Noosh trying to find the game winner potential with 1 minute and 35, call it a minute and a half, still remaining here. Noosh and Jinja Ninja, one of them needs to come up big. Will it be Noosh? No, as it's denied by Chowder on the line. Good clearance.
And now the pressure is really on Usafa Blue now. The boys have just been encroaching further and further in on that goal and taking all the boosts along the way. Jinja Ninja now going to be getting the touch out towards the corner. Chowder just to kind of hold off the presence at least for a little bit, but now Chowder has an opportunity looking for the 1v1 and gets demoed along the way, and Noosh is there to recover.
Yeah, nice little demo play. Haven't seen many of those in this series. I mean, we saw some early, I think, in game 2, game 1 there. But like it's kind of the demo play is kind of fallen off here from a neutral observer, so I really want to see more of that. Not saying they should just completely abandon the ball and just go straight for demos, but also not saying that.
Oh my goodness, this is getting so close. The boys have literally just been applying so much pressure onto Usafa Blue, but Usafa Blue have yet to really fold. And now with just only 30 seconds left to go, Noosh, big shot off the sidebar, and it doesn't go in.
Oh man, it was so close there. Noosh thought he had the game winner. We thought it was too, but the sidebar, the side post too strong. As Chowder with the pinch, and what a save from Noosh.
Oh my good! I thought that was it. To be honest, I thought the ground pinch was going in. I mean, you're looking at the lower 90. It's a good angle. It's great shot placement. But again, the saves, the defense from the boys is just too strong. And for the second time, we have overtime.
Overtime in game number 4, and now it's an opportunity. Can Noosh put it home? No, says Ray J. We keep it here. Dangerous ball right now, floating in the middle of the blue half of the field. See Ginger Ninja going up for it here, looking for that center ball for Noosh. But Chowder is able to read it here. Now it is a foot race to get back together in the field here. That is what's so great about 2v2 soccer. It is end-to-end frenetic pace whenever it gets to the nitty-gritty like this.
Yeah, and you got to remember the last time we were here, it was the boys who managed to take it in OT. So to me, that's a little bit extra pressure on USAFA Blue because they don't have a great track record in OT, and it's going to keep on happening. And this is Captain Etsoka's OT theory. Okay, once you get the first OT win, I honestly think you're going to get the remainder of OT wins in the series. And the boys just got 2 OT dubs back to back. We're going to game 5.
Yeah, they are keeping it locked in up here in the OT. That is the boys taking it to game 5. It's now, hey, we don't need to worry. It's not a game 5. It's not a best of 5. It's not a best of 3. It's now just a best of 1. You got to win 1 game to move yourself to the grand finals.
Oh, absolutely. You know what? I'm going to call it right now. If this game 5 goes into overtime, the boys are going to win. I'm calling it right now.
They are so close as well. It's an opportunity here for both sides. Chowder has been on a powder keg throughout the series, but somehow, just some way, the boys just find ways to stay competitive. And it's not from just Noosh. It's Ginger Ninja. It's both of them are just kind of finding like ways to complement each other there. So Ray J, I'm pointing him out as this is the X Factor. Ray J has to be on another level. Go Super Saiyan Blue here for USAFA Blue in Game 5.
Hey, I'll keep it $150. Ginger Ninja is a defensive demon. Like, they've come in clutch so many times in the last game. And you know why? It's because they have the camo on their car, and you can never see them in the net. That's what's happening right now.
I mean, honestly, I can barely know that they're even on the field sometimes. And then all of a sudden, wow, it's a save. Camo works, folks. What can I say?
I don't even know what you're talking about. I was pretty sure this has been a 2v1 the whole time.
I mean, it certainly looks like it defensively right there as Chowder's able to just nestle that one in the back of the net.
Yeah, that they do. But how many times have we seen this, though? USAFA Blue, they take an early lead, and then the boys just come back in the second half. The boys are a second-half team.
True. I mean, they did have a lead for the majority of the last game there, and eventually were able to find it. But again, like, this has just been a battle back and forth. Both teams have, their strengths and weaknesses, and I think that they are kind of diametrically opposed in different ways there. They have a very good defense against a very stout, strong offense here, and it's just seeing those strength on strengths going against each other is what's really made this a very compelling matchup here.
Yeah, now you can see Noosh going to be taking control up high, loses possession. Ginger Ninja now. Big opportunity, putting this one down, and a huge demo leaves the net open, and we have ourselves a tie ball game.
Man, that demo on the Chowder there by Noosh opened up the field so big, and now the boys are back there 1-1. And that could have been a game changer kind of play there.
That one had some attitude on it, That one had a little bit of tenacity on the end. Pretty spicy demolition, but now you can see it is going to go the other way. USAFA Blue again on the defensive side. Chowder does get at least 1 save, but will be met once again at the midfield line.
Yeah, there's a bit of an attitude adjustment there. You just couldn't see him, and then all of a sudden, boom, you're out on the ground, and they'd scored the goal.
And right now you can see they are trying to make it back. The boys able to recover successfully. And what woulda, coulda, shoulda been an open net opportunity will be denied again by Noosh.
Yeah, Noosh now. He's shown up big for his squad, but Chowder comes up even bigger there. Again, that air superiority fighter there. Chowder like an F-22, keeping things 100%, not allowing his airspace to be invaded by Noosh.
And that one's just going to drop right on down low. Easy cleanup for Jinja Ninja, the defensive demon. As now this one goes out to the corner, and now Noosh has an opportunity to do some dribble work. Doesn't get far, though. But that 50-50 was on point, and now a fast break. Going the other way, Usafa Blue will take the lead 2-1.
Yeah, and Ray J just pips the nose off of Noosh there, and then just buries that one. 2-1 for Usafa Blue.
Right at the halftime mark as well, as now you can see Ray J trying to go off the kickoff, gets the swish, gets the flick, and puts that one right on in.
And look how angrily he attacks this thing here. Just absolutely goes burp right to the ball there like it's an A-10 Warthog.
And a fantastic shot. I mean, you got to keep in mind, even off the kickoff, they don't have a lot of boost to work with, so they have to get that flick done in one. And now another kickoff goal going the other way, and the boys now put themselves back within one.
Yeah, that's... Oh, the miss there by Chowder had an opportunity. Noosh just pips it. Just takes it there. Jinja Ninja could have had that goal, but Noosh secures. That's securing the goal in that instance there, because when you're down a couple goals, you just need to secure every goal that comes your way. And so that's what that was all about. 3-2 now, back within one.
And this is a big opportunity here. Chowder able to get that save, able to clear it away, and now a fast break opportunity. A full tank of boost to work with Chowder. Turns it at the last second and puts it in to get Usafa Blue another 2-goal lead.
Absolutely, and Chowder, again, we know he steps up in big moments here. This is his moment right now to kind of step up and own the pitch. 4-2, Chowder putting his stamp of authority to secure that lead right now.
Chowder now, once again, giving another opportunity to find a 3-goal lead now for Usafa Blue.
And those 3 goals by Chowder would be game winners here, as Ray J has 2 to his name. Chowder there with the hat trick now. Great show here in game number 5 for him.
I love how Ray J just kind of shadowed that last goal. Like, they could have stole it if they wanted to, but they were also watching the defender. You know, they were trying to let Chowder get their points, get their stats, but at the same time was there just in case if they needed to put that one in.
Absolutely. Now, Chowder is 2 goals away from potentially being, you know, a goal ace there, getting 5 goals. But Ray J now with a hat trick as well.
And again, they have just been so good on these fast breaks. I mean, they have really been punishing the boys for their over-aggression. And, you know, it's sad to see because we have seen a lot of aggression. We've seen a lot of goals, a lot of heavy offense coming from both sides. But literally in the last game, Usafa Blue has turned their play style into more of a defensive approach, and it's been working for them.
It has. It's done really well, just laying back, waiting for the opportunity for the opponents to overcommit there. But Jinja Ninja says we are not going to go quietly into that good night. This is our... Well, it's not Independence Day. It's still June. But the sentiment still stands, as they are still in this for a fight.
Yep, that they are. Still 3 goals, a minute and 19. Can be done. A lot of time to work with. Let's see what they can do. Ray J is going to let Chowder take possession here. Chowder overdrives it on the wall just a wee bit. But again, you know, Usafa Blue, they don't have to score so much at this point. They just have to not get scored on.
Yeah, and they are doing a good job of deflecting those balls that could be dangerous there. You saw them just quickly divert that attack there to kind of draw a little more time off the clock here. It's all about wasting time here. Just diddly-daddling here.
I do also like the diddly-doddly. It's one of my favorite things to do is the diddle-doddle. But speaking of, no diddle-doddle. No diddle-doddle happening right now for Usafa Blue, but they did manage to run a good amount off the clock. No goal, and the boys are now down to the 10-second rule. Chowder, though, will find another.
Oh, man, just absolutely gets in his face, too. Just muscles this ball here over Jinja Ninja. Able to pivot right there, and with 30 seconds left to go, 7-3 here. It is starting to run away from the boys here. Usafa Blue can smell Champions Field.
I thought we were on Champions Field. This is game 5, isn't it?
I mean, listen, you don't know when they cut the grass. I mean, I don't know what
This
the
is
air
Champions Field. They got the banners up top. Every game 5 is on Champions Field. At least it's supposed to be. That's supposed to be. It's in the script. I'm pretty sure it was in the script.
Yeah, but you don't know what the air filters are like in those Rocket League cars. Are those just sentient cars? Are they eggs inside them they're driving? We will never know because the game is now over and it's game, set, match. Usafa Blue are head to the grand finals.
Yeah, that they are, but they had to work for it, okay? They had to sweat a little bit. I mean, let's be real. They went all the way to game 5 and nearly, I mean, like I said, had they gone into OT, I'm pretty sure the boys would have taken it. They literally lost 2 OT games, and that's insane to me because the boys have, in so many different occasions, have, I don't know, it's like as soon as you think they're down and out, and you think it's over, they somehow managed to pull off a miracle. And I don't know how many more they have in them, but they're gonna have to bring it out in the lower bracket.
Yeah, it was a gritty battle there for sure. I mean, they were just full on just battling at each other there, grittily. But we will have to take a quick break. When we come back, we will have an interview, not a dance-off, with a player from that battle there. Do not be going anywhere. This is the Space Force Delta 1 inaugural GameCon right here on Unified Live.
If you're just leaving it on for me to dance, I'm gonna keep doing it. I don't care.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, folks, to the Space Base Delta One inaugural GameCon at Peterson's Space Base out in Colorado Springs. JT Displays alongside Captain Atsoka, and now we're done with the upper bracket. Who cares about the upper bracket there? I mean, we know who won that. Usafa Blue. That's old hat. We're gonna go down to the lower bracket. That's where the spice is at.
Yeah, it is. I mean, think about it. Eventually we're going to make our way back to the upper bracket, but for now, we got to settle some disputes here. I mean, look at this. FT Kansan going to be taking on Bucket Brigaders. And you got to keep in mind, this is the #1 seed here in the lower bracket. In the lower semis, they still have to win another just to make it to the lower finals. And then they got to go up against the boys. And the boys is quite a formidable team, but let's see who is going to come out on top. Here we are in the lower semis, best of 5.
Yeah, kickoff underway for this best of 5 here. The Mitsubishi, the Nissan Skyline, excuse me. So seeing some good old cars here from Nazasia. I think they also had that Volkswagen Golf GTI earlier in the day. So clearly they love their branded cars here, and they are still looking to try to find some success with them here in this lower bracket run.
Ooh, that was so close there, and you can already see F2 Kansan trying their best to get to the back of the net. And I got to tell you, when it comes to Rocket League, out of all the branded cars that we have, my favorite is that 99 Skyline.
I mean, if you're a big Paul Walker fan, and you care about family, it's definitely got a lot of sentimental value there. Meanwhile, they're able to pivot, look for the goal there, but Maya is able to stand strong in the Fennec and deny the goal there. Me personally, I like to roll around in the Marauder.
Ooh, BDBR likes to keep it into the Octane and keep the ball into the back of the net, but Cheppy there is the one who was able to get that pass, unfortunately, towards their own net, and they couldn't get it back out, and it was the side of the Bucket Brigaders in order to take the first goal here in Game 1.
And another goal here. Cheppy ties this up here as that early goal didn't sit well with him there, so I said, we just need carte blanche. We just need carte blanche. Let's get back to where we were at before. We're just all hanging out, being pals. Everybody had the same scoreline.
And you know what? We're right back to the groove here, tied all the way back at 1, only 40 seconds gone. Maya now going up high, looking for the flip reset. Do believe they got it with a musty flick on top, but couldn't get it to go. Another fun fact, my profile is also signed by Musty.
Well, you should probably watch it then. BDBR looking for the save there as they're trying to clear this out, but Cheppy keeping the pressure on here. Looking for a pass over to Nazasia as this one gets back to the blue half of the field here. And again, a lot of tough attack on both sides of the field.
And you can see it was the Bucket Brigaders who nearly found another one, but they have been finding the crossbar more often than not. Now Maya just kind of gives that one away. I mean, there really wasn't much doing there, unfortunately. BDBR doesn't have a lot of boost to follow that up with, and now it will be Cheppy to hit this one towards mid. Maya look with the follow-up, but can't get it to go. Still tied at 1.
Still tied at 1, but not anymore as Maya breaks the ice.
Yeah, that they do, and they will take the lead right before the 2-minute mark here. And that was just a wide open net. F2 Kansan just got caught out of pocket.
And just a little bit caught looking there, and now it is Bucket Brigadiers, with the advantage with under 2 minutes remaining. Maya looking for another one there, and there we go, 3-1. Bucket Brigadiers are back in goal-scoring form.
See, my goofy goober self has been saying Brigaders this entire time. Brigadiers. Me not English well. Regardless, it is going to be a 2-goal lead now for the Bucket of Brigadiers. I'm just going to call them Bucket now. This is the Bucket team. I don't even know what a Brigadier is, if I can be completely honest with you.
Brigadier is somebody who is in a brigade, and or builds bridges.
Well, then there you go. You see, I don't know anything. I know nothing. Meanwhile, the Bucket Gang, Bucket Team, they know a good bit. They know they got a 2-goal lead, and they know there's only a minute and 20 left on the clock for F2 Kansan to try and make a comeback here in Game 1.
They're looking for that comeback, but certainly the Brigadiers not looking to allow them to have it, as they have been staunch defensively, only allowing that early goal, and then that's about it. As F2 Kansan, they need to find an opportunity here, but they're just so pinned back defensively.
And you can see once again the Brigadiers laying on a tremendous amount of pressure and now forced to recover, but that pinch is going to send it across the pitch just a little bit too fast, and Nazija just couldn't get the read on it, as now this one's going to go the other way. Just only 30 seconds remaining for F2 Kansan to try and find 2.
Yeah, 2 goals here. It's going to be very difficult, especially with how the Bucket Brigadiers have been defensively, just so lights out on that. I'm looking for an opportunity here as Cheppy tries to keep their hopes alive here. Pops it up there from Nazasia. Statistically, I think that time is running out on them in game number 1, and it looks like the Bucket Brigadiers will have the advantage in this series.
Yep, that they will. They will be going up Game 1, but you got to keep in mind in our last best of 5, we did see, you know, kind of a back and forth. One team won one, and then the second, and then so on and so forth. The best of 5 is really where we see these teams shine. And again, this is why this is like the default of all competitive Rocket League, because so much can happen in this best of 5, and it's never too late to turn it around. Even after going down 2 games, you could turn things around and get a reverse sweep out of nowhere, and it really does test your endurance, it tests your stamina, and at the end of the day, after it's all said and done, you're either going to go numb on the thumbs or you're going to go sick on the sticks.
Yeah, and to me what's interesting is that F2 Kansan also came in here with that number 1 seed, but every time we've seen them on stream, they've kind of had their struggles. They faltered at times here, and so I think that, you know, if they want to live up to that billing of having that, you know, pole position there heading into this tournament, there's a reason they had it, and I think we just haven't seen it yet. We haven't just seen them at their fullest potential, so I want to see them kind of unlock themselves here on stream. It could be that just being on stream has those nerves for them there, but, you know, I think they're just able to kind of settle down and play the game they want to play. We might be able to see a little bit more than we have been able to from them.
Well, this might be their last opportunity to get it done, because if they fall down here, then they are out the tournament. So they have got to start to turn things around as we get ready to head into Game 2. And then, of course, the Bucket Brigadiers, new word I learned today, is looking to find themselves in the winter finals as well. And, you know, if I'm not mistaken, they're going to be looking to try and get their match up against the boys. And, of course, you know the boys are going to want some revenge onto Asafa Blue. But they got to make their way out of the lower bracket first. But, you know, we got to get to this game number 2, and we got to decide who's going to be able to come out on top. And it's going to be tough, I got to tell you. And like you were saying, we were seeing Kansan, unfortunately, kind of be a little bit lackluster for being the number 1 seed.
Yeah, and we'll see if they're able to handle it. But again, like I said, the Brigadiers, it is a 14-point word for Scrabble. So, you know, it's something for them to keep in mind. You know, they've got that sort of point advantage there. Versus F2 Kansan, which, you know, I don't know if Scrabble will even, you know, accept that. So it's definitely something that, you know, they have that sort of cohesiveness in that regard there. As we get ready to go for game number 2, the Bucket Brigadiers with their 14-point words in Scrabble, also with a game advantage right now.
And here we are well and underway in game number 2. Of course, the Bucket Brigadiers already up 1. Cheppy now off the backboard is able to find their teammate going back towards the mid. And BDBR with a huge pinch to stop that aggression in its tracks.
Ooh, Maya's looking for that opportunity to try to take that aerial dribble all the way home, but denied by Nazasia as they keep it 100.
Yeah, and look at this. I mean, you're looking at Maya right now, just kind of stuck on their own back wall. This could be dangerous. Is this one? It's just going to float on in. F2 Kansan find the first goal of game 2.
Yeah, and Azasia able to find the back of the net there. Just a little blooper right there. Just Maya kind of caught nap. I mean, I think Maya just knew they were kind of stuck in their position, caught out of position there. Just had to hope that maybe it would bounce before it hit the back of the net there. But ultimately, Pixels ball don't lie there, and that would be the opening lead here for F2 Kansan. Now, if they're able to build on that there, that is what they need. Is they need some consistency and being able to build on it there. But BDBR says, build on this.
I don't even know how this worked. I mean, BDBR able to hit it up, Maya, and then hits it back into BDBR, and it still goes in. I guess it doesn't matter, because in the Rocket League proverbs, it does say that we take those.
Yeah, we take those. It's calculated. Absolutely. That's what we say. So certainly something for them. But Nazeha says, I demanded a lead here. Why do I not have a lead? Please, lead, please. Give me my lead back. And so they are able to talk to the manager and get the scoreboard changed to see that.
This game is getting out of control. It's barely been a minute and 10, and 3 goals are already on the board. This definitely has the pace to be a very high-scoring game. BDBR now trying to take control as Maya will send this one all the way downtown. Goes for the follow-up, but it will be Nazeha to clear this one out right back into BDBR, but Nazeha again with the save.
Oh, and bumped Cheppy. Almost gave their opponents an opportunity to attack, but Cheppy able to regain their balance and control of the ball there. Now this is blooper right in the middle of the field there. BDBR gets pipped on the line by Maya, but they're still tied up again regardless.
Yeah, and again, it was that interference coming from Maya there at the midfield, being able to bump Cheppy, and not only that, but deny them boosts. So even if they didn't get bumped and it was just the boost star, they weren't making it back in time. So good midfield presence coming from Maya.
Yeah, Nazeha here in the corner there, working with Cheppy to try to break down this defense here. Maya trying to be as aggressive as they can, being up near midfield there. Waiting for the boost here. Just going to try the boost steal. Does get that boost steal there. So now you got to know that there's a little bit of a boost advantage towards the orange half of the field here. Working into 2.5 minutes remaining. We still got a few more seconds to get to that point there. But right now, nothing separating these two teams. But Maya looking to change it there off the backboard.
Yeah, I'm sitting here wondering, where's the homie? Where's BDBR? I mean, that was a pretty well-led shot, and I think BDBR went back to try and get a hundo boost, but if I can be honest, I feel like that was a wasted opportunity. They could have got a couple of boost pads from around the goal, got at least 36 in the tank, and that would have been more than enough to put that ball in, but oh well, too little too late. This one's going the other way.
Yeah, you got to pick up those pennies. You never know when you can press them and turn them into a big old boost gang. But as it stands there, you know, those little mental miscues there are going to maybe find their way into the back of the net there, as that is a howler by Nazeha, and Maya pounces on it here.
Yeah, this was kind of a whoopsie daisy, but they were kind of forced into that. BDBR went for a bump there and forced Nazeha up into the air, which caused an unfortunate redirect that felled the way of the Brigadiers, and now they go up 1, just over 2 minutes to go.
Oof, man, that was tough. There, an unfortunate, side effect there of your teammates just not quite on the same page there. And now Maya having to go back on defense here. Cheppy looking to try to put that pressure on there. Puts the center ball in. Can Nazeha put it home? No, it goes wide. And then asks questions, but the answers are finally lacking.
Yeah, another shot goes on, but it doesn't go in. Maya there with the save, and now Maya, plenty of boost to work with here. Goes for the follow-up touch, but will be denied by Cheppy. But now BDBR gets a turn, but can't find the 2-touch.
Yeah, it really does feel like as this game goes on, the momentum is slowly starting to turn the way of the Bucket Brigadiers. As you see in just F2 Kansan, they're asking questions of this defense here. But this defense is just getting a little more swagger, a little more confidence, a boost, the demos, the goals.
This was nasty. Maya, again, great control, but BDBR, just a bully getting that demo, clearing the way, no contention. And now a 2-goal cushion once again for the Bucket Brigadiers.
And then Bucket Brigadiers want one thing. It's buckets. That's what they're brigading for.
That's right, less than a minute to go. And they're well on their way to getting another dub, but still plenty of time for F2 Kansan to try and find 2, equalize. Cheppy misses the touch, not a lot of boost to follow it up. And it will be Maya waiting in the midfield. Now doing some flip-floppery, is going to give possession away.
Yeah, flip-floppery there, but you can't be too much of a sloppy butcher because otherwise you're going to end up hooked on the defense.
Did you just make a DBD reference?
I did.
I'm glad. I love Dead by Daylight.
Cheppy, though, loves scoring goals, and now it's 3-4 here suddenly. It looks like they've been caught in the Huntsman's trap here, and they have found themselves in the back of the net.
Yep, that they have, and that was a fantastic starstruck shot as they managed to put that one on and in, and now it's only a 1-goal lead for the Brigadiers and plenty of time remaining for F2 Kansan to try and find themselves an equalizer.
Yeah, and there's still some time here, so F2 Kansan suddenly surging as if, they popped a generator inside themselves, and now you can start to see them really getting, that action surge. Can they find a way to close this game? Force overtime. Final few seconds. Cheppy has to keep this alive in the air here. Popped up by Maya off the backboard. Drop down. No! Bucket Brigadiers take game 2.
There was literally a blood warden right in front of the net right there. There was no way that one was going in, without a doubt, and simply just no way out. A fantastic game coming from the side of the Brigadiers as they lay down the law, taking now a 2-0 lead in the series.
As it might seem like it's a little bit of a no-web situation. No one escapes the Bucket Brigadiers here. As they go into game number 3. Now the crux of the match. If you win game 3, you're more likely to win the entire series here. And that certainly would be true for the Bucket Brigadiers if they are to win this one.
Yeah, I know this is going to be, it's going to have to be a big turning point right here for Kansan, just because, they have momentum stacked against them right now. It's 2-0 in the favor of the Brigadiers, and now F2 Kansan is somehow going to have to come up with some type of strategy in order to get that momentum back in their favor.
Yeah, and it's going to be kind of, do or die, balls to the wall type situation here. So can they find a way to put their nose to the grindstone and gut out a win to keep themselves staying alive?
Yeah, let's see if the likes of F2 Kansan can find somewhat of a deliverance and revitalize themselves and somewhat, I guess, just try and get some of that morale back to their favor. But the Bucket Brigadiers already kind of having like a stranglehold in their own half.
Absolutely, but here comes BDBR. BDBR. See, there it is. DBD, BDB.
1 minute gone already, scoreless here in game 3. And you got to keep in mind, the Bucket Brigadiers, they're on match point right now. They're up 2-0. They take this one, then they will be facing the boys in the lower finals. And a big save coming from BDBR, denying Nazija there as Maya does go up high, but loses control and loses possession.
Yeah, dangerous situation. Cheppy now, popping it up here, looking for the opportunity. Not there as it's denied by the goal post. Cheppy into the side here, trying to keep it out of the wheels of the Bucket Brigadiers. Again, they're doing a really good job of finding these angles here, just finding different ways to kind of stretch this defense, put them in awkward situations where, they have to defend it here, but they're stretched, taken away from the goal mouth, which leads for an opportunity to maybe put a shot on goal.
Yeah, and it's crazy to see because we have had so many high-scoring games, and now we're just pretty much at a standstill. 2 minutes gone, still scoreless, and Nazija looking to get the first goal here of Game 3, but can't get it to go.
Yeah, ooh, little 50-50 battle at midfield there. Goes in favor of Bucket Brigadiers as Maya kind of gives up possession there a little unnecessarily there, but fortunately BDVR able to put it off of the frame and makes a great save that time.
And you know what? I think this demo might have worked in their favor. It kind of worked as a back pass. Even though Maya can't get it past the defense, it could leave a follow-up for BDBR, and then hot goes the weasel. It's the first goal of Game 3.
As BDBR puts it in the back of the net there. Beautiful little 1-2 combo there with Maya. Able to find a way to, again, you just find ways to make that defense a little uncomfortable there. Stretch them, put them in, a spot where they have to defend it there. But left that goal mouth exposed, exactly like we drew it up almost.
And take a look at this. BDBR now looking to find yet another, but is off the market. Just a little bit too much sauce on that. A little bit too strong. And that shot does go wide. The follow-up as well. And F2 Kansan, once again, struggling to get out of their own side.
Yeah, I think if you're F2 Kansan, you just got to, look at your teammate and just think, hey, we'll make it, So you just got to make sure that you rally together there, stay strong together. That's you got to believe in the strength of each other.
Oh, and look at this cross, being able to get the pass over the defender. BDBR leaving the defender like a petrified oak, able to just get this pass over to Maya and get the second goal for the Bucket Brigaders.
Oh, it's a little bit of deja vu there for F2 Kansan, as they've seen that one too many times where they just, Bucket Brigaders are able to just find each other there. Have to see if they can get a little clearer vision there. Maybe have an open hand between each other.
And now you can see the Bucket Brigadiers again. They're just bringing that contention to the midfield line, and they're just pushing so hard. And their line of defense isn't even at their own goal anymore. It's at the midfield, and that's where they're controlling the pace of play. That's where they're controlling the field. And once again, they're keeping F2 Kansan confined in their own half, keeping them too busy playing defense so that way they can't play any offense.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's a good way. The best defense is a good offense sometimes, and they are showing that right now. As you'll see them ask questions of that defense there from the F2 Kansan side, but ultimately, Bucket Brigadiers in the driver's seat with a minute remaining here in game number 3. They need to just stay strong and steady. A 2-goal lead, the most dangerous lead in esports, but they have shown that they can handle playing with fire.
Yep, that they can, and now the Bucket Brigadiers, I mean, they're in control right now. There's only 30 seconds left to go. They're up 2-0, and they've been really just all in control of this ball. Everywhere the ball is going, you can see the Bucket Brigadiers already making a play for it. It's like a literal deer stalker on top of the ball right now coming from the Brigadiers.
Yeah, could put a cap on it there as they just kind of take their time. Let that ball get into the corners there. I mean, that's my favorite game there. At the end of the game, where you feel like you've got a secure lead, just play corners, dump it into the corner, and take as much time off the clock as possible. As there is mathematically no way for F2 Kansan to go back. It is game, set, match. Your winner, moving on in this bracket, are the Bucket Brigadiers.
Yeah, and they were able to win it out in a sweep as well. They literally just took F2 Kansan and turned them into some barbecue and chili.
Absolutely, and so it is going to be curtains for them in this tournament here, but hopefully they had fun. Obviously, it's always fun when you go against strong competition here, and I think that's an opportunity for them to kind of assess where they're at and say, hey, we got to feel pretty good. We made a deep, solid run here in this tournament, and I think that's something that they're going to really appreciate moving forward here, as we must also move forward in this tournament, and we will find out how much further when we come back from this break. You are watching the Space Base Delta One inaugural GameCon from Peterson Space Base right here on Twitch.tv/Unified Live. Welcome back, folks, to the U.S. Space Base Delta One inaugural GameCon at Peterson Space Base in Colorado Springs. JT Displays, with an S, with Captain Ahsoka there, ready for you folks here for this lower bracket final. Whoever wins this is moving on to face Usafa Blue.
Yes, that they are. But you got to keep in mind, we got two very talented teams. You have the boys, of course, and then you have the Brigadiers. This is going to be a tough one because we've already seen these two teams play, and they both fell to the likes of Usafa Blue, or Usafa Blue. So again, it's going to be very, very tough. I honestly can't call it either way. Normally, I have a pretty good inkling on how these matches are going to turn out, but this one, I feel like it's a coin flip.
Yeah, it's so close. I mean, I think the edge has to be for the boys. I mean, going so far in the upper bracket there, it's not for nothing there. You know, they were looking like one of the strongest teams for a long, long time. But the Brigadiers and Maya, they were able to persevere so far through the lower bracket run. So I gotta believe, they're not going to go down without a fight. But I still feel like the boys could be coming back up from the uppers, down to the lowers, and then back up to the grand final.
Now, you see, normally I would disagree, and I would say the Brigadiers have the advantage because they went through the lower bracket. They just came off of a game, and meanwhile, you have the boys who were kind of on the sidelines. They were cooling off on the sidelines. But you know what? I am going to agree with you because the boys, they managed to take Usafa all the way into Game 5. And unfortunately for the Brigadiers, they weren't able to do that.
Yeah, so it's really up to the Brigadiers to try to prove us wrong here as we get set underway between the boys and the Bucket Brigadiers. Game number 1 in this best of 5.
Yep, and we are well and underway. And even though it still says F2 Kansan on the screen, don't get caught up. It is still very much the boys over there. As you can see, Noosh is on the field on the blue side. And we know for a fact that Noosh, as a matter of fact, plays for the boys. And it was BDBR nearly able to find the first goal, but it goes right off the post.
Yeah, close but no cigar there. And here comes Noosh looking for the second time of asking. And Jinja Ninja looking for an opportunity as well. But nevertheless, it is the defense of the Bucket Brigade that comes up strong.
And it's just a real scramble right now at the midfield. No team really getting possession of the ball or of the midfield. I mean, it's just a real back and forth and somewhat of a tussle over a lot of these boosts. Like, it seems like both teams are just trying to boost starve one another. And then, I don't know, it looks a little unorganized right now.
Yeah, and I think that's a little bit of that feeling out process. That's going to happen in the game number 1 there. Both teams are never going to be fully sure of the other's abilities there, and so you gotta play a little cagey there, a little bit of like, yeah, will they, won't they? Like, if I go for this, so it's some of that's a little bit that feinting, the maneuvering, the posturing. It's all a bit of a chess match at times with game number 1.
I gotta tell you, when it comes to the Bucket Brigadiers, for a long time, we were talking a lot about Maya, and we were waiting for BDBR to wake up, and I think ever since that last series, they have woken up in a major way. They have been coming through time and time again between the last series and now the Bucket Brigadiers have a 1-0 lead here in Game 1 of the lower finals.
Yeah, I'd say you've kind of hit the nail on the head there a little bit. BDBR really kind of showing up to their potential. I think they just need to get warmed up, and some players are like that. Sometimes it takes an hour or two to really kind of unlock beast mode for them, and you're certainly seeing Noosh being forced into a save there as Maya was looking for a doubling of their lead.
And now right back down to the ground, Jinja Ninja able to come in clutch with the save. And you got to remember, Jinja Ninja is a defensive demon. They're able to come through and get clutch save after clutch save. So if you're going to try and make it into the net of the side of the boys, you got to make sure Jinja Ninja's not there.
Yeah, Jinja Ninja doing what they can defensively. Again, they've been so stout throughout this competition there. Speaks to their physical kind of mentality and physical play style there. It really benefits them being so staunch on the defensive end there, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack.
Yep, now once again you can see Noosh is just gonna get shut down. And you know, we were talking about, you know, the boys' defensive prowess with Ginger Ninja, but I gotta give it to the Brigadiers so far. We've seen many attempts come from Noosh and Ginger Ninja on the offensive side, and they have been shut down every single time by the Brigadiers. And now BDBR nearly finds another.
Yeah, that was a really clean shot on goal there, but good awareness there from Ginger Ninja, just kind of come from the side there, stop it before it hit over the line there, and now it's an opportunity here. 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining here, just 70 seconds left to go here in game number 1. Will we find ourselves an equalizer for the boys here? Because right now it is all one-way traffic in terms of goals, courtesy of the Bucket Brigadiers.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about. This is kind of what I was nervous about for the boys, is because the Brigadiers, again, they're coming off of a win, and not only that, but they're coming off of a sweep. So they have a lot of momentum and morale going their way. And meanwhile, the boys, they were sitting on the sidelines, and they kind of cooled off a little bit. So, I mean, at least after game 1, they have got to start warming up if they don't want this one to get away from them too early.
Yeah, they got to find something to kickstart their offense here, kickstart their hearts a little bit here, because they are just kind of like offensively sleepwalking. Defensively they're absolutely stout. Just locked in there. But right now they need to find a way to get goals.
Well, here comes Ginger Ninja again out of the corner. Only 20 seconds left to go.
Oh, there we go.
And finally, it will be Noosh to get the first goal here for the boys.
Look at this little stutter step, too. I love to see it. And just, whoop, wait. And just go, whoop, out to the side there. And it's an easy tap in there.
That it is. 22 seconds left to go. Only down 1 goal. Definitely doable. They're going to have to win on this kickoff, though. And they do. It's going towards the net, and it barely gets saved away.
Yeah, BDBR standing 10 feet tall. Final 10 seconds and off the post. Get it in the rebound there. Ginger Ninja can't get it home there. Final few seconds of regulation, and it's not enough. The Bucket Brigadiers will take game number 1.
Yeah, that they do. And you know what? I don't blame them. Brigadiers, I don't know if they know, but we know the boys are an OT team. They have won 2 overtimes in a row against USAFA Blue. So, I mean, honestly, I would not want to go up against them in OT. I don't want to go up against them in extra minutes. So if I'm the Brigadiers, I'm trying to win every single game in regulation.
Yeah, no, for sure. They are locked in on those overtimes throughout this tournament. We've seen it time and again. So wise move by the Bucket Brigadiers, making sure, hey, we're not letting you get to overtime. We're just gonna stop that right now. We're stop that before it begins. Just stop it. There's it's like a cat. Like, stop it. Stop it. It's a water bottle. Is what I'm getting at.
No, I got it.
Yeah.
I got it. It's a water bottle. You see me because I don't have a cat, but if I did, I feel like I'd get like a super soaker. Like.
Just give one of those
Nerf
turrets.
Let me put you this way. I am a dog person, and it's not that I don't like cats. I love cats. I don't trust them. That's the issue. I love cats. I just don't trust them. Fair enough.
I've lived with dogs, and now we have cats. But so I'm fine with either. It's been something that it takes a while to warm up to cats. I think if you're not used to having them in your house.
Yeah. Well, take a look at this. You know what? BDBR is used to. It's getting a 1-goal lead over the boys as they will get the first goal here of game 2 in a hurry. Only 10 seconds gone.
Yeah, great kickstart there for the Bucket Brigadiers. They just do what they always do, which is score goals and score them in bunches and also score them in a hurry. So Bucket Brigadiers, we were kind of saying, I think the boys have like that, a little bit of an avantage here. But rest in peace those predictions, because Maya is out here heating up like a fire.
Well, this is something I was worried about. I even mentioned it during those said quote-unquote predictions that the Brigadiers, they had a lot going their way coming into this one. And, they're keeping it going. That momentum, it hasn't stopped. They built up that momentum in the lower semis, and they're just carrying it away. It's somewhat of a snowball effect here, at least in the lower bracket.
Yeah, Colorado Springs, they know something about snowballs in the winter as Noosh tries to put the kibosh on that from becoming a snowman.
And not too soon either, just past the 30-second mark. 3 goals already scored. That's nearly a goal every 10 seconds so far in game 2.
Absolutely, just goals on goals on goals. You know, it's like a corporate, you know, sheet at the beginning of the year as Maya adds to the goals there, and you just keep adding the goals. That's what you do when you're a corporation at the beginning of a quarter. You just add the goals.
Yep, you got to pad the stats, and it's absolutely insane how high scoring this game already is. And, you know, we haven't even passed a minute. I haven't even passed 40 seconds. And there's been 4 goals. Every 10 seconds, we're seeing a goal. And finally, it looks as though we have broke the mold. And we're starting to see a little bit more of a contention at the midfield line.
Yeah, right now, you guys believe that, I think that we can say the CPO of this match, the Chief Production Officer, is got to be Maya with half of the goals right now to their name.
Yeah, meanwhile, BDBR doesn't have any boost to work with. That's a feels bad. They had a great read, and it looked like it was going to be a great play, but they didn't have any boost. And now Jinja Ninja actually breaks up the pass. That was a pass that was supposed to go to BDBR.
Yeah, you saw that one, that play developing there. But look at this demo. Sets up Jinja Ninja. Noosh with the scoop. And with the bumps, Noosh creates that entire play. Jinja Ninja has the easy part, just put it in the back of the net, and is able to do so with the plum.
Hey, I'm just throwing it out there. I wouldn't have been able to make that shot. Like, it was literally at the last second. They barely squeezed that one in off the sidebar. That one wasn't as easy as it looked. But meanwhile, the boys able to equalize, and oh my goodness, they are making it look easy.
The mighty Noosh able to get that off the kickoff and into the back of the net there. Tied up. It is going to be 3-3 with 3-3-3 on the clock.
Oh yes, we love those threes. Nonetheless, this is a 2v2. It's the only formula that's missing here. As you can see, that one does go across. Not going to be able to connect with Jinja Ninja as now Maya looks to play a little defense here. Gets the save, but can't clear it away. The boys will find another goal.
Jinja Ninja, welcome to the goal scoring party there. I mean, they've already had one, but now let's make it a double is what they say. Double it and give it to the next one. As they have now increased their production, gets a lead now, and so much. And Maya, see what they can do now. They're facing a little bit of adversity here.
Yeah, I have no idea what's going on. There have been 7 goals scored in 2 minutes.
8.
Let's make it 8. Why not? 8 goals in 2 minutes. This is insane. This is literally the highest scoring game I've seen in competitive play in quite some time.
Yeah, this is really incredible stuff here, where they're just like, who needs defense, you know, in a game 2, right? Like, game 2, as I like to say, so very rarely looks the same as game number 1, right? Game number 1, you kind of get to understand each other a little bit there. Game 2, it's just all gas, no brakes here. It is just absolutely filthy, like it's a dubstep drop.
This is absolutely nuts. 9 goals, 3 minutes. That is just insane to me. That is, what is that? 3 goals a minute? Caster math?
It's a honey bunches of goals, you know. That's what I'm saying. That's what they ate for breakfast.
It's a honey bunches of goals. I like that.
.245, not even halfway through this matchup here, and again, we got 9 goals here. We wish they could all be winners, but in German, 9 means no, so they can't all be winners. Oh, Maya.
Maya, though.
Maya!
They're looking for a win! Noosh was there right at the last second to get that save and clear it away, and it doesn't get much closer than that, but I mean, Maya already has their highlight reels, and now Maya comes through on the defensive side.
Oh man, to go from one end to the other and then back again, like there and back again, that was a full Hobbit's tail right there, offensively and then defensively. Maya, there we go! Let's make it 6. Let's make it 10 total.
Oh yeah, and now they're gonna make it look easy. I mean, Maya always in the right place at the right time, whether it's offense or defense. But gotta give credit to BDBR. They also got involved there to make sure that ball was able to break through the defense and feed Maya in order to find the back of the net. And now with just 2 minutes left to go, the Bucket Brigadiers have that dreadful 2-goal cushion.
Yeah, but it's not 2-0 cushion though. But certainly dreadful for the boys as time starting to become their enemy here. They have 2 goals that deficit that they need to make up, and making demos like that is a good way to kind of put pressure and remind your opponents, hey, this game ain't played on paper, boys. You got to make sure that you finish the product. And they're finding some finishers, and Maya looking to be a deadly finisher, but certainly there's still a lot of grit, a lot of heart in the in the boys as Danush gets another goal.
And I mean, again, this is getting out of control. 11 goals now, 1:23 left to go. And you know what? Normally I'm going to say, oh, they have plenty of time. But in this game here, yeah, 1:23, they can literally score another 4 goals. Why not?
I mean, I ain't complaining. Do it. Do it, you cowards. Score another 4 goals.
Do it if you bad. And Ginger Ninja now towards the corner. Maya, though, has plenty of boost to play defense with. Does get beat by Noosh. And now BDBR with a missed touch. But luckily for them, Maya was playing backup. And now BDBR has to go back over towards near post. Ball goes up. Good contest by BDBR. And they're able to at least bat that one down.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, I feel like I should be at, like, a wing place and just hit the overtime button as Noosh ties us up.
What a touch right here coming from Ginger Ninja. That was the perfect 50-50. Drops right in front of the net. Easy touch for Noosh. The presence from the boys just cannot be denied.
That was the immaculate goalception there as we're looking for an opportunity here for another one. No, denied by Maya. What a save as Ginger Ninja was looking to take the lead, but Noosh still asking questions to the defense.
Oh my, those don't go in. It goes off the sidebar. That had the makings. It was literally a pixel to the left, and that's a goal. Oh, that was so close. BDR now gets the demo in mid-stride, and it hits the post again.
I was holding my breath both of those times here. Now Maya, they've got one more shot here in regulation. Can either one of these teams find a winner? Or are we going to a golden goal situation?
I'm telling you, you don't want to play the boys in OT, and you know what? They're not going to get a chance, because Noosh is going to end it here and now in regulation. After 13 goals, we have ourselves a winner.
Noosh fighting it in the end of regulation there, not going to overtime. What an incredible series here. Like game 2, man, game 2 was just highlight reel on highlight reel on highlight reel, man. That was like 7-6 there. That's a lot of goals. That's like 13 goals.
Exactly. It is exactly 13 goals. And again, I was saying that you don't want to play the boys in overtime, and you know what? They don't have to. They ended in regulation, and they do a fantastic job. And now we're getting ready to head into game 3. Oh my goodness. Again, this has the makings. Could be looking at another game 5 like we saw in the winners finals. The losers finals could end the same way.
Yeah, it's an all-timer right now, looking like an absolute banger of a series. We'll see who comes out on top. I mean, it's carte blanche right now. Both teams have drawn some blood there, so they both know that they are capable of finishing off this series here. As we get headed into game number 3, it's anyone's guess who's going to be able to take this now.
Yeah, as you can see, Noosh now going to be going up high, gets the 50-50. Follow-up touch going the other way. Ginger Ninja does make it back in time, and this is a good sign. The first 10 seconds have gone, and we don't have a goal, so I don't think it's going to be as high scoring as the last one.
I mean, don't count your chickens before they hatch, as the old saying goes. But nevertheless, I do expect that game 3 to be perhaps a little bit less spicy, but spice there will still be as Ginger Ninja adds a little bit of paprika on top.
Yep, that they do, and they get the first goal, but this time it took them 34 seconds. This time, in the previous match, they had already been 3 goals scored. So again, seems like the pace has changed just a little bit, but still early to tell. We can see now it will be the Brigadiers to try and get their first goal.
Yeah, the Brigadiers have been kind of, like unusually lackadaisical on the defense as Noosh comes up and makes it a 2-0 lead here, the most dangerous lead in esports. That's like
Absolutely.
a little bit
And
of
you know
cayenne
what?
pepper now.
And this is kind of what I'm worried about the Brigadiers is because they had to go so hard in the lower bracket that they could be running out of steam now, and they could be running on E. But I mean, you got to keep in mind it's still only a 1-1 in the series, still plenty of opportunity here, and still plenty of time as well here in Game 3 for the Brigadiers to try and find a comeback.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, like the sign says from the big mustachioed coach, just gotta believe.
Just got to do your job. Do your job and play car ball. That's all you got to do, don't you know? As the ball is now going to go the other way. And it's going to go right back out to the corner. Noosh does take control, gets the swish and the flick, gets past the mid. BDBR gets beat out and towards the side. And now Noosh has a pass, but it gets broken up, and now a fast break will go the other way.
Wow, what a laser there by Maya to cut the lead in half here. Able to just get that quick counterattack. You'll love to see it there. And so accurate from any point of the field there. Know they need to get the quick goal here to get themselves within contention.
Yeah, but they do, and they're able to cut the lead of the boys in half. Not bad at all. Still plenty of time left to go. 3:25 on the clock. Maya now going to be taking this one out. Does get the second touch, and it's going to go all the way back into the boys' territory. Maya can't get the follow-up, though.
Yeah, very close there, but up to cul-de-sac, into the corner there, nothing doing as VDBR gets Jinja Ninja on the follow-up there. Snuffs out the attack before it even began. Noosh doing what they can in midfield here. Needs Jinja Ninja to step up, but another demo there. Breaks open the back line, and Maya ties us up.
Yeah, and look at the control here coming out from the midfield. Look at Maya. Again, they get the first touch, and don't get me wrong, that demo left it wide open. And we know that BD is just going to be an absolute menace on the demolitions, and there's nobody else better to go head-to-head to them than Jinja Ninja when it comes to the physical play. But still, got to give it to Maya. That was a pretty sharp shot coming from the midfield line.
I mean, to their credit, Noosh did a really good job of reacting to that, play there, and did everything they could to try to get back in time, but ultimately it was just too little too late there. But again, I do like that they still have those instincts to immediately go back and try to cover as much of that net as possible.
Yeah, but now we're getting right back to the action. This one going right back down to the middle. Look at Noosh now trying to take control. It's 2-2 right at halftime. 4 goals been scored in half of regulation. And now you can see Maya trying to get the lead. They're having to claw their way back after equalizing from a 2-0 deficit. And now the follow-up shot is on, but it does not go in.
Man, that was in for sure. Meanwhile, the demos keeps coming and they don't stop coming. Back to the demolition grounds. But, when you get respawned, you got to hit the ground running, and BDBR does just that. Take the lead.
Yeah, and this was just a good read. Again, they came down from off the wall, and it looked like a little bit of a mistouch coming from Jinja Ninja on the back wall there. That was a tough read, and, it led for an opportunity there for BDBR to come through and find themselves a gap in the defense, and now they go up 1 with just 2 minutes left to go.
2 minutes remaining out of 5. BDBR trying to set something up for Maya, who was on a heater. It's cooled off a little bit here, but I think that they're starting to warm back up as they get into this game 3 here. Took them a little while here, but I think that they're starting to get back up. I mean, like I say, they're warming up. They've already had 2 goals, now looking for a third. Denied by Noosh after the great demo from BDBR.
I don't know whose communication was better. The communication that said, wait, I'm going to get the demo, or the other communication that says, I'm about to die. I'm about to get wrecked. And now it doesn't matter. BDBR, no demos needed. We'll find the second go-ahead goal here for the Brigadiers.
Yeah, good solid goal there. Now, that could be the dagger that secures game number 3 for the Bucket Brigadiers. But still a lot of
I don't
time left
know.
on the
I don't
clock.
trust the score count with these people anymore.
Yeah, a lot of time for stuff to happen still.
Look at the pass. Out towards the mid. Ginger Ninja, though, able to clean it up pretty well. Maya not able to finish. They don't have any boosts left, and now fast break going the other way. This is exactly why. I don't trust. You can't trust the score count with these players. You never know.
Yeah, and that's a beautiful thing about Rocket League, especially 2v2 level there. Sometimes you just kind of get into like this little complacency rut there, where you're just like kind of just playing your own game, not really paying attention a little bit there. You gotta get caught napping. And I think that's just what happened there, is that they're just kind of like playing their own little game there, and they just kind of forget, oh, that's right, the other team is allowed to score too.
And Noosh now able to get the save to clear it away. Back towards the mid. Nice little mind game for Ginger Ninja to keep possession away from Maya, as they do get a touch right back down. BDBR taking their time, trying to bait at least one player in. The pinch goes off the ceiling, and now Maya will take control.
Yeah, good. You know, Noosh is being so aggressive right here. The fake! And Ginger Ninja puts it home to tie us up again.
This is what we like to call a tactical whiff here. 100% calculated, 100% tactical. No, fake sees faking. It's going to be Ginger Ninja, who is actually going to get the touch to take the shot and tie us back up at 4 with only 23 seconds left to go.
Yeah, and they put him in the right spot to the furthest away from part of the goal from the last defender there, so they had to try everything they could to try to get to the back of the net there, and they just weren't able to get there in time. That was a beautiful placement on that shot here. And now we are just a few seconds away from overtime, unless one of these players has a bag in their up their sleeve here with full of tricks to end it in regulation.
And the ball's still alive. If anything, they're keeping Rule 0 alive and well. And that one nearly goes. Maya somehow, someway, got the save as they were falling. I don't even know how they got that save, but now we're going into OT.
OT, the favorite hunting grounds of the boys. So now, I think that it is avantage them, unless the Bucket Brigadiers have a little bit of magic still left in their cap.
I was about to say, who knows? We haven't seen, I don't think we've seen the Brigadiers in OT. They can be an overtime team themselves. Only time remains, but it will be the boys who find the open net and will remain undefeated in extra minutes.
Yeah, I think at this point, you know, now we know they are who we thought they were, right? I think the boys, they take game number 3, the crux of the match here, and now they are just one win away from securing their spot in the grand finals after a big old grand falloon of a match from both these two teams.
Yeah, and it just goes to show, again, you just don't want to play them in overtime. And they're even just as dangerous in regulation. You know, that's already 2 back-to-back wins for them. And they're doing really well right now, not only in regulation, but, of course, in OT. And I really don't know, because that one seemed like it was far gone away from them, and they still managed to turn things around. And when you think it's over and it's finally over, no, the boys just managed to answer back. That type of perseverance, you can't help but draw attention to it.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a thing where, you know, you had, you know, the 2-goal leads, you know, on both sides of the field there, the 2-0, the 4-2 there, and you thought it was like, they don't have the fortitude to overcome a 4-2. But here they were, 4-4, and then finally that 5-4 there in the overtime, Ginger Ninja finding that dagger.
It was, honestly, it's just overwhelming at this point. I mean, I don't know how much more I can take. These matches are just getting so close, but without further ado, the boys now on match point. If they win here, they will be going on to get their rematch against USAFA Blue in the grand finals.
Yeah, as we are underway here, BDBR, Maya, they know they have to win to survive to force game 5. Again, both teams backs up against the wall here, because obviously win this series. That's the only way to move forward.
Yeah, I'm not sure what was going with BDBR just then. I thought maybe they were faking. I mean, I got faked out for sure. Maybe they didn't have enough boost. Maybe they didn't have the hearts. But either way, they're going to take a second try. Going off the backboard there, can't get the double touch. And it will be Noosh to go right back into the corner, but not before Maya can try and at least get an interception. And right now, the boys finally able to break out of their own side.
Yeah, and it really does feel like right now, as it stands, you know, that you kind of have like that dynamicism on both sides of the field here. You know, almost like a hat for a hat type players here. You got Noosh matching up very well against Maya, whereas Ginger Ninja kind of matching up pretty well against BDBR. Like, if we're going to take that down to that sort of singularity thing, you know, who kind of wins that Fennec battle there right now? Is it Noosh or is it Maya?
Well, how about that? I think it's Noosh.
All right, but there we go.
Able to get the first goal.
Answered.
Head to head against Maya too. I mean, you got the kamikaze demo out towards the corner. Maya gets smoke screened, so that's kind of unfortunate. They got smoke screened by the kamikaze demo, and then Noosh was just able to walk that one right on in, and now the boys have that early momentum.
Yeah, that was. You know, sometimes as a caster, you just kind of like ask a question hypothetically, and it's answered on screen immediately. You know.
You gotta love it. That's the way that the RNG works, right? You know, sometimes it happens in your favor and sometimes it doesn't. Meanwhile, BDBR, they missed the pass, they missed the lineup. Maya jumped just a little too early.
Yeah, so I guess flip that script there a little bit. Ginger Ninja versus BDBR. Who's the better Octane out there on the pitch right now?
I'm thinking, who's the better Demolition Derbius? Because you got to keep in mind, these are the two bruisers. These are the ones that are getting in your face. These are the physical players, and they have been back and forth with the demos nonstop. If you see an explosion on the field, it's usually either going to be Ginger Ninja or it's going to be BDBR.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm all for it here. I think that's it really does. Again, it feels very like complementary football, so to speak. There, where you have similar play styles there in similar types of cars. I mean, it could be that there's a correlation there. And, I'm not a scientist to really put that hypothesis out there, but hey, it could that could speak something to it.
Very well could. Meanwhile, you got Maya out towards the side who was able to get the save. And now trying to clear it away, going up along the wall, but Noosh is there. The 50-50 goes straight up and right back down. And now this is a huge open net opportunity, and Noosh is able to take advantage, giving the boys a comfortable 2-goal lead.
And those Bucket Brigadiers there, they were so dynamic at the beginning of this match here, but you just kind of see them slow, like you said. You mentioned it. They're just, it feels like they're kind of losing just a little bit of steam there, and it's like, uh-oh. This could spell trouble for them as they are now down 2-0, the most dangerous lead in esports. So I fully expect this lead to change at some point.
Well, off to a good start for the Brigadiers to try and change their luck here. Just under 2 minutes left to go. Looking to get their first goal. They're still scoreless here in Game 4. And now Maya going up high, trying to find the first one, gets the flip reset, gets the second touch on top, but can't put it in.
Yeah, it is Brigadiers. I mean, trust me, it is the Brigadiers. Like it's almost like saying the West Virginia Mountaineers, as opposed to the West Virginia Mountaineers.
I mean, I'm an idiot. I fully accept it.
All right, we're getting to silly hours here as we get another great save there from Maya. Ginger Ninja looking for another opportunity. BDBR, oh, what a save!
I think BDBR just had to take a moment, take a breath. They just paused and looked at the ball like, what just happened? That was nearly like one of the gnarliest own goals I think I've ever seen, but it was unfortunate to say the least. But now, less than a minute to go, the boys still up 2, but no longer. The Brigadiers get their first of Game 4.
And Maya now ready to say all engines go, doing it by themselves, dishing up a goal there. 2-1 with 53 seconds remaining.
And that was a really impressive shot, by the way. I mean, that was an insane lineup. Not only just to put it on target, but to get past the defender as well. And now BDBR doing what they do best, getting demos and getting bumps, but can't get them enough. They were able to avoid the danger there. And now 2-1 still in the favor of the boys, and they're able to avoid the danger and clear the ball away.
And here comes Maya again, and it's tied up with 30 seconds remaining. They gotta score one in regulation.
Yeah, BDBR just started headhunting. That's exactly what happened. And then honestly, the boys, they got caught up. They really got pushed out of position by BDBR, and then they were too close to one another and they weren't sharing the field, and that's what led to that goal.
Yeah, and we'll see here The final 30 seconds here. Will there be a match winner? Noosh! No, denied by Maya. Can Ginger Ninja get demoed into oblivion? Yes, he can. Bob the Builder can't fix that, but we'll see if they can find a goal that can win them the game in regulation. Again, Bucket Brigadiers, I feel like they need to find one in the final 5 seconds.
This is going to be tough. We're going into OT against the boys. Let's see if Captain's OT theory will hold true. As we get overtime underway, will the boys remain undefeated in extra minutes, or will the Brigadiers be able to break the curse? No, Noosh comes in with the save.
Wow! Your hypothesis was almost disproven right there by BDBR, but man, what an incredible save there by Noosh, who's already got 2 goals in the name, with the flick denied by Naya, as that was looking to be dangerous here. Ginger Ninja off the post, and the rebound's not there for Noosh.
Well, here we go. Noosh going to try and get the read, but it will be denied. And this is just getting too close to for comfort now. I mean, anytime you see the Brigadiers on the side of defense, you just expect the fast break to come out immediately. And if BDBR is able to find at least one more extra demo, I think that's going to be all that they need in order to really get an opening and take this OT dub.
And meanwhile, Noosh, no doubt looking for Ginger Ninja, but BDBR really good, just disrupting that flow of the play here. Maya has to collect some boosts here. This is a dangerous spot for them, but Noosh denies them here as BDBR clears it up. Maybe Maya can drop it in here for a bucket. Not going to be Brigadiering that one.
I mean, that was the shot. It was on target, and it was a great read on the redirect. But, you know, you got 2 defenders there, and they were looking pretty comfortable. I mean, BDBR just could not get those demos. But look at Noosh now going for the flick. Off the backboard, off the post. And it will be Ginger Ninja to put that one away and put the series to bed. The boys will take the series in 4.
Game, set, match. Ginger Ninja puts his stamp of approval here to move them to the grand finals. So, as we kind of predicted here, the boys find a way to gut out a win there. It was looking dicey at the beginning there, and certainly the Bucket Brigadiers there, they looked like men on fire there, but ultimately they will end in 3rd place here in this tournament.
Yeah, and once again, I got to point out right now that the boys are 4-0 in OT. Right now.
Definitely.
I mean, Ahsoka's OT theory still holding true, at least for now. We still have a whole other grand finals to go.
And hey, you know, those grand finals, that's gonna be kind of spicy, right? I mean, we got like a little bit of that rematch cooking right now.
Yeah, and then not to mention, I mean, the match was so close the first time around just for winners finals, went all the way to game 5. So now, I mean, now you got a bracket reset on the board. It's very possible that the boys, they come through, they win out in 5, and then we have to go back round right again. So, I mean, still plenty of opportunity here.
Yeah, and we're just gonna have to find out how that opportunity all shakes out like bacon, because we're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, we got ourselves a grand final. Do not be going anywhere. This is the Space Base Delta One inaugural Game On right here on Unified Live. And folks, welcome back here on twitch.tv/unified live for the main event, the grand finals. We got ourselves here the USAFA Blue team taking on the boys once again. Do or die.
Okay. Unfortunately, I mean, I'm having a little bit of a technical difficulty, unfortunately, because I'm having trouble hearing JT displays. But regardless, we're getting ready to head into our next matchup, which is going to be the grand finals. Can't wait to get into this one. And again, we have seen some fantastic games being played, and now we have an opportunity to see if we will be blessed with a bracket reset. Keep in mind, this has been a best of 2 series, which means that the boys who are coming from the lower bracket to get their rematch against USAFA is going to have to beat them twice in order to become grand champions.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be a good opportunity here for them. Either way, one way or the other, it's going to be an opportunity to see who comes out on top here. USAFA, they came out punching, swinging. They're throwing haymakers there, but you had the opportunity between them and with the boys. They were just kind of ducking and dodging and deep and weaving there all over the place. But ultimately, it's going to matter what comes down on the field itself.
Yeah, and I'm really starting to think that I'm really starting to think that the boys could have an advantage here just because they have played, they're coming fresh off of this game. And it's the same advantage that I thought, the Brigadiers were going to have against the boys. But the only difference is that the boys literally took it to a game 5 and then barely lost. So now that they are still very much warmed up, I think they could at least take the first game, if not maybe the first 2 games off of USAFA. But with that being said, if USAFA take the first 2, I think they're going to take the whole thing.
And it kind of remains to be seen here whether the boys are going to find that edge there, or if maybe they will have an opportunity here to possibly join up with the USAFA Blue in the winner's circle. Because I mean, ultimately, only one is going to have to be the victor here. And once we get, it all comes down to what gets played on the field. So ultimately, we'll see what gets played on the field, and what do you think about that, Captain?
I would tell you what I would think about that if I heard any of it, but regardless, it doesn't matter because I can hear you now, which is fantastic, because I can only imagine what I might have repeated of what you had said. But you know what? I feel like we managed to, come together and, really make that work out. But regardless, we're finally getting ready to head into our grand finals. A lot on the line here, and it has been a long battle throughout the day. And I know both of these teams are starting to feel that mental and physical fatigue starting to set in a little bit. So let's see who will be able to persevere and overcome.
Yeah, we'll see if they have the same sort of communication issues that we were having, or if they're able to just be seamless, transition into a defense from attack. Obviously, with it being the grand finals, you knew that I had to put the shades back on as the Noosh knocks it in for the boys. They are feeling, heated up early on.
Yeah, and I don't blame them. They just came off of a pretty hot match. I mean, they had to fight for their lives down there in the lower bracket, and now they're out for revenge. Keep in mind, USAFA still undefeated on the day, have not dropped the series, but that can change here as the boys do find that first goal.
Yeah, but Ray J, obviously, he knows that his team has to come up clean. They did a really good job there throughout this upper bracket run here with Chowder doing the lion's share of the work there. But Ray J doing a lot of work. The flick from Chowder, though, is so clean. It's just, honestly, it has its own product page on the shelf at the local grocery store.
That was a beautiful flick coming from Chowder, but then, of course, you got Ginger Ninja, and it was more of a flips bad, man. It's unfortunate. You try and get the read, and it's so hard because you got to pretty much take a 50-50 stab of whether they're going to go high or they're going to go low. And then you get lost in the sauce. But regardless, it's now a tie ball game. Only 40 seconds gone here in game 1.
Yeah, 40 seconds. It's nothing there, carte blanche right now. It's anything goes. A nice little flick from Chowder. Make it 2. He wants a double on that Chowder to go. He wants to put it in his bragging rights trophy. Obviously, it's a you know it's a cup about the size of an NFT. You know, you can physically hold it.
Once Chowder hits the ball, like it just really just goes the entire way. Like that ball didn't even touch the ground. And now look at this, they're going for fake kickoffs too. So you can't forget Ray J is still very much a beast as well. And you can see they're already in back of the net looking for the rotation here. They have to play near post and they get it. They went for a fake kickoff, it didn't work, and they still had enough time to recover.
Yeah, they are able to find these different angles here. They're showing different wrinkles here, which you love to see. You know, a team able to adapt and able to change their play style to kind of shake and bake a little bit with their against what their defense, their opponents are giving them.
Absolutely. Now look at Chowder trying to find the hat trick early. No shame in their game, but Ray J will get there first off of the pass from Chowder. And Chowder, even though they didn't score just now, still have 100% goal participation.
Yeah, Ray J styles on him there to earn some accolades himself in the Grand Championship matchup here. This best of 5. If they do come back, the boys, they will be able to bracket reset here, but it's such a close one here, and USAFA Blue have looked so dominant throughout this tournament here. There's a reason they belong here as kind of like the heavy favorites right now.
Oh, absolutely. And now you can see Ray J taking control here, and we'll get the ball back to Chowder. And I think that's exactly where they wanted to be, as Ray J will put this one right back down into the corner. And finally, Noosh has a little boost to get the dunk and put this one back into USAFA territory.
Yeah, USAFA Blue certainly, you know, being the blue brand of the U.S. Air Force Academy there, trying to be acknowledged by the boys here.
Where was Jinja Ninja on this play? I'm curious. I missed where they... Clearly, I missed where they were, though. I didn't even see them on the offensive side either. Like, they were in my blind spot, quite literally. Oh, there they are.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, it's on a kickoff, it's anything's possible, right? After a kickoff there, looking for Noosh, though. Noosh, that's 2 for him there, and the boys... Hey, they ain't gone quiet, man. They ain't done yet. They still got some kick in them.
Oh, absolutely. And you got to watch out for Noosh whenever they have boost, because a lot of the times we've seen Noosh, they've been getting boost starved out by USAFA. But once they finally get control of that boost, then usually plays are going to be made. And then, of course, Jinja Ninja was there to contribute and, you know, get the pass, get the assist. And now they have cut the lead of USAFA in half.
And it kind of feels for good reason, too, you know, why they've kind of boost starved Noosh there. Because when Noosh has boost, some big things start whooshing.
Yep, and they try and get it to whoosh right underneath the crossbar, but Chowder is there to get the save and clear it away. And now Ray J has 100 boosts to work with themselves. Goes off the backboard, can't get the read. And no, Chowder doesn't pull the trigger.
But there's a nice V trigger there. Last Ninja in there, like dynamite. Great balls of fire. Chowder adds another one to his collection.
Yep, that they do, and that's a feels bad because they nearly got to that ball in time. Jinja Ninja, I don't know if they had the boost just now. I'm wondering if they were just a little bit short in the tank and just couldn't make it up there in time.
Hey, listen, you know, if you're a little short in the tank there, sometimes, you know, you just gotta sputter your way to the finish line, but as long as you get there, that's all that matters.
Well, less than 2 minutes to go, and USAFA have a 3-goal lead. Again, this is still a pretty high-scoring game for game number 1. I mean, 7 goals. It's not going to beat 13, but still, you know, it's not bad by any means.
Yeah, listen, you know, who's going to complain about having more goals, eh? Boo-boo. They're going to have a basket of goals, eh? Boo-boo.
Hey there, boo-boo, let me tell you about the gabagool. No, I'm kidding, but it's going to be Chowder. Maybe they got some Chowder in that picnic basket, as that will be another goal on the board. Now 4 goals in the favor of USAFA.
USAFA, feeling like Yosemite as they are taking a stroll in the park right now. 6-2, 3 times as many goals as the boys.
Honestly, I don't feel like Chowder is a very picnic-friendly lunch. Like, that's not something, like, what do you got in the picnic bag? Oh, I got Chowder. I'd be like, what? No, that doesn't fit
maybe
the scene.
Not clam chowder, but what, like, you know, corn chowder, you know, something a little bit, you know, like a, you know, maybe not necessarily that creaminess of a clam chowder there, but I think corn chowder could certainly be with merited there. You put a little bit of chicken in that, some some tortilla, it could work.
And again, what do I know? I've never even had chowder before, but meanwhile, Ginger Ninja trying to get one over on chowder. As they do, they are able to break away, and what could have should have been an open net opportunity, unfortunately, goes right back in towards the corner, looking for the drop down pass, but it will be denied. Ginger Ninja not giving up on the ball though, as they're just gonna hang out in the corner here for a bit.
Yeah, and that's just more time wasting in favor of Usafa Blue. They're doing everything they can. Just a little bit of corners. I love the game there. You just jump the ball into the corner there and say, all right, you guys go chase it there. We're just going to not touch it there and then not, really advance the plot because we've secured a lead here. It's up to you to try to, come get to where we're at right now, and you can.
Yeah, not looking too good for the boys here in game one. Usafa Blue just playing out of their minds right now. As you can see, the final few seconds are ticking away here in game number one. But can Usafa get a consolation goal for the road? And yes, they can. 7 goals here for Usafa.
7-2 there, about the same scoreline that I think Bayern Munich beat Barcelona on the way to winning the Champions League a couple years back, if I remember correctly. As final few seconds on the clock here. Usafa Blue takes game number 1.
Yep, they do, and they do so in spectacular fashion. 7-2 split in the favor of Usafa. And if they can continue to play like that, then they will, without a doubt, be your grand champions here today. But with that being said, still plenty of opportunity for the boys. This one clearly not over yet. They just have got to start sharing the ball around. They got to pass it. They got to share the sugar. And they really got to find a way to get past the defense coming from the side of Usafa Blue.
Yeah, and I think that Usafa Blue, they've got a really good baseline of communication between the two of them there. They've been sitting there for a long time, and sometimes that can get a little rusty there. Sometimes you're not as warmed up as your opponents, and that can be a detriment. That's part of the double-edged sword of being the upper bracket finals. You get a little bit of time to rest, but also, hey, you also rested, and you're not fully warmed up all the time necessarily. But they seem to come quite prepared into this matchup.
Well, let's see if they can continue on here. Usafa taking another early shot, and it goes high. Ray J will be denied. Follow-up goes off the crossbar. Ray J again, only to be denied again. But the boys, scrambling on defense, trying to break out of their own half.
Yeah, they stepped up big here in game number 2. They came in here with a game plan which does not allow them to score as many goals, and I think to that end, they've proven that that's been successful for them so far in the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, but hang on. You can see Noosh not looking in the best of light here. And again, the double commit, very risky. As you can see, Chowder now trying to set up the counter attack, but gets bumped out of the way by Noosh at the midfield.
Yeah, but look at this defensive rotation here from the boys. As you see them, they go on opposite sides of the field where the ball is there, and that leads them to opportunities to put it home in the back of the net on those rebounds. They're beautifully set up there, and Noosh just picks the pocket.
Yep, that they do. But remember who scored the first goal of game 1, and remember how it ended. It's going to be Usafa Blue now.
Sorry, I said I've got the memory of a goldfish. Who scored the first goal of game number 1?
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the boys.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, all right. I think at that point,
I couldn't hear you for a second. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I was gonna say. No, you're good. You're good. I think that I think for the boys though too, they also have to have a little bit of that memory of a goldfish. There, it's like, hey, I don't remember who scored the first goal. We're not gonna remember how that game ended there. I think that we're just gonna have to just play our own game there, not worry about the past. The past is the past, and if you can't get it, then cut some grass. I don't know.
Well, Chowder right now going to be literally just gliding over the grass for a moment. Now has plenty of boost to work with here. And a flip resets, gets the flick, but it doesn't go in. Noosh with a pretty good amount of defense able to shut that shot down.
Yeah, and Chowder now so deadly in the air here. What can he do with a little bit of aerial trickery here to look for the pinch off the sidewall there, but Noosh is able to come home with it here. Now the little wave dash to get back in time to make the save. Good opportunity here to try and turn defense into offense here. He's got support with Ray J. Ray J there now looking dangerous there, but it's well defended as the boys step up and keep pressure now back on the orange side of the field.
Yeah, and you know, they really need to get boost. Chowda's been boost off for quite some time, and this is a huge pinch going off the ceiling, but the shot just goes wide. Ginger Ninja just couldn't get the read in time.
Yeah, but good on Noosh there to make sure that they're staying in control even when they get bumped like that. You know, just making sure that they're not bumped completely out of the play and not persevering, not giving up on the play even when they get bumped out like that. A double demo. It's a 1v1 situation for 3 seconds. Now it's a clear shot to beam it off the post there.
Oh yes, the dreaded sidebar once again claims another victim. As that goal, that would-be goal, is denied, and now only 2 minutes left to go, and USAFA still scoreless here in game 2.
Yeah, very unusual circumstances here for game number 2. Wow, what a shot, and denied by Chowder. This one could go back, but Ginger Ninja says, I'm already here. There's no need to fear. I am here.
I was about to say, there's no way that one goes in. I would have lost my mind had that went in.
Nice little center ball there, but Noosh not there in time for it here. Chowder trying to make something out of nothing there. And now it's an open net here. Can Ray J finish? Yes.
It's funny that you said that because they literally made something out of nothing. I mean, it was literally, you know, shut down in the midfield, and somehow like they all converged at the same time, and the ball just went their way. Nothing to be mad at, though. You know, it does happen sometimes, and you know what? USAFA, like you said, was able to make something out of nothing.
I mean, sometimes it does feel like as a caster, you're just kind of like, you know, sitting here like Doctor Strange, just opening up, you know, the Eye of Agamotto. The Marvel reference.
And well, now, yeah, I mean, we got plenty of those. Now, if you want to keep a counter on those, we can get Marvel references all the live long day, as we are now past the final minute here in game 2, still tied 1-1. Ginger Ninja has a little bit to work with, though, as it does get broken up by Chowder. And now the touch by Noosh does go a little awry, and a back pass now back to Ray J, as USAFA Blue will now take control.
Yeah, nice little drop down off the ceiling to this wall, to the floor rather, and the shot denied by Ray J. That was critical. Fortunately for Ray J, Noosh shot the ball exactly where he was. He was able to make a good save.
Take a look at Noosh now with the pass, but they can't get the goal. Ray J again with a last-second save, and I got to tell you, USAFA Blue playing a lot of defense this time around. And if they're not careful to get this last-ditch effort out, they could find themselves in another OT scenario. As that one goes down, they go for the fake. They get the bump. No time on the clock. We're going back to OT. Can the boys go 5-0 in extra minutes? Or will USAFA Blue finally break the curse?
I mean, if I were a betting man, I know who I'd be banking on there. But the game's not played.
This is why I'm not a gambling man, because of this.
Yeah, game's not played in hypotheticals. Game's played by actually playing the game. The only way to win is by playing. The only way to begin is by beginning the overtime.
Look at the pass.
Ooh.
It's perfect, but the shot is not. It goes wide. And that definitely could have been the winning goal there, but it's going to go the other way.
Yeah, now here comes... Oh! The double tap wasn't there that time for Chowda. It's Ray J. Ginger Ninja sets a soft pass up now. Has to race back after giving up that possession so quickly there. Now Chowda. So dangerous. Adding just, you know, being that frontline man there. Being the sword to Ray J's shield. Waiting for an opportunity just to strike in there. And then retreat. Wait for the block. And then set up for a counterattack, possibly. But the boys, they're wily. They're wise to the maneuvers of USAFA Blue. But this is such a dangerous situation.
Oh, I don't know how much more of that I can handle. That's too much. That was too close. That was getting ridiculous. And right now I can only imagine how nerve-wracking this has to be for the players. That was a beautiful worm burner, nearly making it into the back of the net, but the mighty Noosh was there to get the save and clear it away.
And meanwhile, Chad on a breakaway there. Can he find the angle? It's a tight one. Can he drop it down for a pass? And there it is. Ray J's breaking the curse of overtimes. Usava Blue takes it 2-1.
For the first time today, out of 5 games in overtime, the boys have finally lost their first game in extra minutes. USAFA Blue able to get their first OT dub today, and now will put themselves on match point, series point, and will put themselves on tournament point as we get ready to head into game 3.
Championship point for the United States Air Force Academy Blue Team. Can these Falcons fly high and secure the objective that is bragging rights until the next tournament?
Oh,
I'm saying next. I am saying next. I think we need to run it back again. You know what I'm saying?
This is, again, a lot of those exchanges got way too close in that last game. I mean, I'm not counting the boys out just yet either, just because it's one more game. You can easily reverse sweep this, but, you know, with the way that we have seen USAFA Blue play, it's just becoming more and more unlikely, because they even came over their weakest component, which was playing in overtime, and they managed to make the corrections and come back even stronger. So this is just going to be a tough task right now for the boys.
Yeah, meanwhile,
oh, no.
Chowda, you know, he's in that interview earlier, he was talking about potentially being CRL contenders in the future here and having the wherewithal to get on that early start there in game 3, looking to finish it in a sweep. That's how you started off.
Yeah, it's the best way to start it off as any, and, you know, they got some intense competitions coming up, and, you know, Chowder already going to work, getting the first goal, looking for the pass to Ray J, but it misses its mark.
Absolutely. Chowder. Oh, waited too long. Good. Jinja Ninja was really close there, honestly. Well done there, but ultimately was unable to turn that into an offensive attack there. Chowder starting to ascend here. You can see the wings just starting to sprout from that boost of his car.
And now back out towards the side. Jinja Ninja.
Oh,
what a good bump from Noosh. Can't get the read on the ball, and now they run into each other. It's a series of unfortunate events for the boys.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, that series of unfortunate events was so bad. I saw, you know, Jim Carrey's face there for a second.
What about Neil Patrick Harris?
Also good. Both very solid, very solid. You know, bodies work. That, you know, like the series honestly did a really good job of you know, representing the books well.
Oh, absolutely. And I'll keep it a $150. Like, even as an adult, you know, I still love the Lemony Snicket's books.
Yeah, they're good. That's a good shot. That's a good shot.
Yeah. How about some fortunate events right now for Jinja Ninja and Noosh, as they're able to get the 1-2 give and go? Again, nothing too fancy. That's just good fundamental Rocket League.
It is, and you know, that's a nice little, kept it simple there. Didn't get, you know, play out of their skin there. They just made sure played simple, solid plans there. And Chowda just dribbles this into the back of the net there and says, "Hey, you know what I like? I like having a lead. Please do not impact that. Please do not."
Yeah, Chowder is just, they're just too dangerous. You know, this is just a dangerous player. This is clearly someone who has practiced in 1v1s, by the way. 1v1 is a different breed. It's my least favorite game mode. As a matter of fact, that's an understatement. I hate playing 1v1s.
Oh, yeah.
But at the end of the day, if you want to be mechanically, you know, talented, if you want to be mechanically secure, you've got to play 1v1s. And I can tell you right now, Chowder has definitely got their hours in.
Yeah, I mean, I will not besmirch the 1v1 community, because that is something that I am incapable of handling in any way, shape, or form. There, it's an entirely different breed of Rocket League there, and certainly the dangerous one there is he's able to get a defensive acumen, as that looked to be a sure goal from Jinja Ninja.
Now take a look at this. It's about to be another. Ray J finds the upper 90. And with an absolute laser. And again, this is like surgical precision to line this upper 90. Look how it caresses the inside of the curve. It literally rolled off the top bar down the sidebar, and they didn't even have to do that. Like, that's just instinct to hit those upper 90 shots.
Yeah, that was an absolute AEW collision with the ball as the Noosh is able to cut the lead in half there with an absolute shot like the Elite.
And a fantastic read, too. The reaction time to come off the kickoff. And you know they didn't have a lot of boost. They went straight on the cheat, so they did not have a lot of boost in order to get that read. And still, Noosh was able to find it. So, again, a great shot, putting them back within one of equalizing against USAFA.
Oh, and that was a freshly squeezed pinch there, looking for an opportunity to put it home. They're not going to happen, as this is a great save there. Keeps them alive here as Chowda continues to apply this pressure here at midfield, but Noosh trying to pick his pocket. Denied by Ray J.
And you can see Ginger Ninja is going to get beat out in the mid, but really not much they can do there in that scenario. Noosh now is going to send this one back over to USAFA territory. In the corner there and waiting is going to be Chowder. Gets bumped sky high all the way to the ceiling. But regardless, USAFA Blue now have a chance to attack. Noosh now back on the counter, but it's denied.
Oh man, don't you hate it when all of a sudden you're expecting a soft shot there, then all of a sudden, boom, somebody else like tees it up there, and then you have to panic save there. That was a good reactionary save there on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, Ginger Ninja now doesn't really have much to work with here, unfortunately. They're out of boost, and they're getting boost off at the mid by Chowder, who has a full tank, and we know how dangerous they are. Looking to get the dribble, but they will let Ray J get the cleanup, and now it is a 4-2 lead in favor of USAFA Blue.
Yeah, exactly. Dangerous loose ball in front of the net there. That is always a classic cleanup on aisle goal. 4-2. And now, will the boys have the fortitude to come back from this 2-goal deficit?
I mean, we've seen them do it before, and like you said, this is the most dangerous lead in Rocket League to have is the 2 goals, but that 4-2 split does not look bad right now if you're a USAFA fan.
I mean, officially, it's the 2-0 lead is the most dangerous lead in esports.
The what now?
The 2-0 lead.
Oh, the 2-0 lead. Okay, I thought it was just a 2-goal lead.
No, just 2-0. That's the one that tends to be bitten back. But this is a very strong lead here for USAFA Blue. The boys, though, they have been in this situation before, but again, this is where it's do or die because they are in danger of being swept with a minute left on the clock. Yeah,
well, this is why they say captain be capping, because of that. See, I didn't know about the 2-0 rule. Regardless, it's 4-2 in the favor of USAFA. Only 40 seconds left to go.
Oh no, don't do it to him, Chowda. Don't do it to him, Chowda! He didn't do it to him.
I don't think he needed to. If I'm gonna keep it a $150, I feel like they have enough highlight reels for a whole montage at this point. Chowder has just been cooking all day long. And why not an open net? Chowder now getting in on the demolition derby, able to clear the way to Ray J to find yet another goal for USAFA.
Chowder did it to him, huh? He dealt with him.
Yeah, now I'm starting to think this one might just be out of contention.
Yeah, that's a contentious statement there, but I might have to agree with you on that one there.
Well, here it goes, the last couple of seconds, and this one looks just a little bit too far gone. The final 10 seconds begin to tick away, and it's only a countdown to USAFA taking the grand finals against the boys. 3-0, USAFA Blue will be your grand champions.
Like the F-16, the Falcons are flying high here, and they take the crown, the bragging rights, and they will get to hold their head high because, I mean, like, hey, the student has now become the teacher, so to speak.
Oh, absolutely. And, that's got to be the best thing ever is the fact that, one of the instructors from your academy was on the other team and, you got to school them. So, again, massive bragging rights, 100%. And I can only imagine how that's going to go down, and not only for the rest of the event, but, once maybe next semester starts up and they're going to be like, well, I don't know, coach, there was that one time.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's you kind of just hold that as like, and that's going to be kind of like a nice little scuttlebutt around campus. There is like, hey, let's you want to catch these, let's go, let's hop into a customer, let's go, and they get to hold on to that. Meanwhile, all credit to the other team there. The boys, they fought hard there, but now they get to just hold an L instead as as their final prize.
Hey, I gotta give it to them though. The boys definitely came out and played today. They made it through the entire bracket. They made it to winners finals. They dropped one game to USAFA. Honestly, the only team that beat them was the grand finals team. So that's really nothing to be too upset about. I mean, and in some way, being that one of the players is an instructor, you kind of have to be proud, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I think that that like as someone who has done some teaching, some education, there is like you always love when you see the students being able to reach potential there. And I think that we've been talking, we've kind of hinted at it. Listen, between me and Kevin, like we want to see these guys in CRL. So like, hey, listen, Air Force Academy, let's get you guys to CRL. Like let's see them compete against some of the best and brightest in the nation there. Let's see that those bragging rights turn into some tourneys there, because I think that this is going to be a dynamite cracker of a 3v3 team.
Oh, 100%. And I cannot wait to see them. And again, there's so many tournaments coming up, not to mention the summer series. So if I was USAFA right now, I would be considering, and not even considering, I'd be preparing to sign up for these tournaments and getting ready to participate. Because again, there's so many opportunities right now in Collegiate Rocket League. There's really, after what I've seen today, there's no reason why they shouldn't be in it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it's going to really represent both the Air Force and the Space Force, as both of them will have cadet graduates throughout the ranks. But right now we are going to switch to a quick break. When we come back, we will have an interview with the champions. Do not be going anywhere, folks. This is the space-based Delta One inaugural GameCon right here on Unified Live. The highway to the danger zone leads to one man, and that is Chowda. Here with JT Displays and Captain Ahsoka. Chowda, how does it feel to be the grand finalist champion of this tournament?
Feels great, man. It was a couple hours. We had a lot of fun games. It was great getting to play with my teammates, getting to play some other Air Force guys. Just great vibes all around, and it was a really fun tournament.
Yeah, and you know what? I can't wait to see you into the CRL. And you know what? I got to tell you right now, out of this whole tournament, you're my favorite player. No bias, but, just not because of, you're the winner, clearly, but, you recognize me from CRL. So that automatically makes you my favorite. So regardless, all kudos to you. But I got to ask you, the chemistry you have with Ray J, absolutely insane. How long have y'all been playing together?
We've been playing for upwards of a year. We all play together on our software team, and we've just been playing a little bit of twos before this just so we get some chem down, and it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, and certainly showed out there. Obviously, in the grand finals there, you did go up against one of your instructors there at the academy there. How long are you going to be holding that over his head?
Oh, I'm going to hold it over whenever I see him. I mean, I've got it, right?
Like, does that result in more PT for you, though, if you do that?
I'm hoping not. He said before game, if I beat him, he would put me through basic again, which I'm hoping isn't true. But yeah, I mean, I've got to hold it over.
Oh, absolutely. And that was another thing, you clearly have, kind of like a tight knit group of, Rocket League players, over at the academy. So, I got to ask, what is it like? Like, do y'all have like an esports center? Like, what does the training regimen look like? Clearly, y'all already have a lot of training, but what's the Rocket League training regimen look like?
Yeah, so we don't really have like a set regimen right now, but moving into this next school year, we're planning to. We do a lot of scrims together against other colleges and teams just to play a lot. We're almost always on Discord vibing with each other whenever we're playing, so it's just a lot of good vibes, getting time playing together. The chem's really there, and it's just nice to have a group of guys to grind with.
And now that you've won the GameCon Rocket League tournament, what's next for you, sir?
We got the rest of the summer, then CRL is going to start back up in the fall. We're prepping for that. We're doing more scrims, and we're going to come into the quals as hard as possible.
Okay, now I got one last question for you, and it's a spicy one, okay? So get ready. Usafa White, were you expecting them to get further, or are you surprised that they kind of went out so early?
I'm a bit disappointed they went out so early. I was expecting them to do a little better than they did. But, we beat both of the teams that beat them, so we got some vengeance for them. But yeah.
Awesome, Chad. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations once again on the win. Any final shout-outs you want to give before we wrap this up?
I just want to shout out everyone who planned this event. This was amazing to have an inaugural GameCon here with a bunch of military guys that we can just vibe, have fun, play games with. It was a great tournament, great setup, and I'm hoping this will be done again.
Could not agree with you more on that point. Absolutely. Chad, thank you again so much for joining us here. And for Captain Ahsoka, any final words that you want to sign off with at all?
Honestly, just pretty much just going on to what Chowder said. It was a great event, great people, great organizers. Got to give it up to Hypertension in the background as well. Making it all work behind the scenes. Got to give it up to our sponsors, of course. Unified. You got AT&T Mortgage. All the people down there. If you want to know who it is, just read that. That's what I'm doing. I'm literally just reading the list off the overlay. And you know what? It was just a great group of people. And you know what? The casters were okay.
I mean, yeah, they could have been better, honestly. There's a little bit of miscommunication there before the final. I mean, there's little, mechanical things die, and you have to like restart things, and you do some IT stuff. And he's like, "That's my day job. I don't really care about that." But regardless, thank you guys so much for watching us. For Hypertension, for Cabinet Soka, I have been JT Displays. This has been the Space Base Delta 1 inaugural GameCon. Thank you guys so much for watching. We'll see y'all next time.